wanted to remind you, I'll be taking off about 2 or
You froze up there, Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to remind you I will be leaving from about 1:45 until about right around 3 o'clock, but I will return around 3.
Okay, sounds good. All right, looks like we're streaming live again, so we'll call the meeting back to order. My apologies to Sweetwater number 1 for having to so abruptly cut you off, but it looks like you are back, and so we're ready to proceed. If you have someone else out there, Carol, that you would like to do, or if you'd like to present at this time, and we're ready for you.
Chairman Paxton, members of the committee, thank you again for allowing us to visit with you. I'd like to now turn over the time to Superintendent Kelly McGovern.
Good afternoon, Chairman Paxton and members of the committee. We have some other people here with us that we feel it's really important to hear their story. We know we look at the numbers, we strategize as to how are we going to make these budget cuts work. But I think the story behind some of these people, I think would help kind of frame the picture that behind all of these cuts are these little ones. So whether they're our own little ones, our grandkids, or the neighbor next door. So if you would allow me to, I have one of our parents here with me, and also a teacher, very respected teacher, and also some administrators that came from some surrounding states to share a little bit about what they saw in Wyoming and why it's so important to keep us that way. If I may, Chairman Paxton.
Well, I think we all realize that this is a very emotionally charged issue, and certainly we have a lot of ground to cover today, so brevity would be appreciated. We don't want to cut anyone off, but we would appreciate brevity. So go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Can I take this off?
Mhm.
Hello. I want to thank you for allowing me to be here and share how I feel about the cuts that could be made to the special education programs. I am the mother of a child that has severe special needs. What scares me the most about these budget cuts is losing the staff that I trust completely with my child's life every day. My little girl can't walk. She's in a wheelchair and she can't talk. She needs help with every part of her life. But one thing she can do and loves more than anything is going to school. When I drop my daughter off or the bus comes and picks her up, I'm putting her in the hands of the person that will be taking care of her all day long. They will be feeding her, changing her, toileting her, keeping her safe, and reading her in ways that she needs to be read because she's nonverbal, so she can't tell them what she needs. I would be devastated if I dropped her off into somebody's care that wasn't qualified or didn't want to be there. I don't know what I would do if something happened to her. Actually, I do know what I would do, but I haven't had to think about that yet. She has had amazing teachers. She is in 6th grade right now, and they have been amazing since kindergarten. They're so great that some of them know my daughter better than I do. They've known when she's been sick before me. They've known when she's had a stomach ache. They can read what she tells them without using any words. What will these kids do if staff like that leave because of all these cuts? Just anyone can't do a job like this. They may have certifications or degrees, but it takes a special person to take care of a child like this. I've been sitting here these past few days and hearing, I kind of get numb to hearing this SPED program or special ed. Does anybody really know what that really means? For each family, it means something different. For my family and my daughter, that means she, without a doubt, must have quality teachers that I can trust. She must have vision therapy so she can work on focusing and finding her place in space. She must have speech so that she can work one day on being able to talk to her friends, without having to use that little switch that has somebody else's voice on it. She must have PT so that slowly she may be able to take her first step one day. She must have OT because she is making progress at feeding herself and using her hands. She must have adaptive PE to give her the chance to try and do with her peers what they can do, but maybe in a little bit different way. I can't emphasize enough how important all this is for these little special kids out there. If you are looking at this with the mindset that we can make these cuts now and hopefully take them back, give them back one day, that's not going to work. Once these things get taken away from these kids, their skills are very hard to get back. And to be truthful, some of them never get them back. So again, I just really need to make this crystal clear to all of you. When you start cutting special services, you're truly taking away from these children what they may never be able to get back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McGovern, who do you have up next?
Mr. John Kundle, he is a teacher at Rock Springs High School and the director of our Fire Law and Leadership Academy.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable House Education members. I appreciate you letting me speak this morning. Actually, this afternoon, I guess, on House Bill 61. My name is John Kundle. I'm a proud Wyoming native, go Glendale High School. I've taught for 32 years. I am fortunate that I get to teach in Sweetwater 1 and at Rock Springs High School. We've got a great educational community and feel very blessed about that. I've been fortunate to teach so many great students over the years at a multiple number of places. One thing I want to, and I will make it brief, I promise, Mr. Chairman, I want to emphasize is that when we talk about cuts so many times, it seems like it is faces that aren't seen and that business can be conducted as usual if that can happen. And as somebody that has taught for over 32 years, I know that I see students that come to school and they are people that if it was not for school personnel of all types, not just teachers, but support staff, classified, certified, you name it, there are kids that come to school and the curriculum part is the last thing on their mind. They've got problems that they need help with. I believe that we have a great stake and we've been charged with helping them work through problems to advocate for themselves. I see school personnel that helps mitigate situations. They intervene on students' parts, and that's huge. And that's in a lot of ways as important or more so than the day-to-day curricular events that happen. I don't think that we can put a price tag on what education today does for future generations. And when we talk about diversifying the economy, I know that taking away choices, and that's what's going to happen if budget cuts are so severe and slashed that there's no way that that's going to give the students the opportunity. It's not going to allow for people to stay here in Wyoming, and the double-edged sword, people won't be able to come here as well. We know that people will go to where opportunity is, and if opportunities are cut here, that would be a sad thing. We know that any infrastructure struggles when huge budget slashes happen, and education would be no less important. It's a 1-2 punch. It would be devastating for years and generations to come. And a person like me, you know, I've got more of my career behind me than I have in front of me, but I worry about the future generations of Wyomingites that come through, the young people that work at schools, the students, and I know that if there is great slashes to budgets, then parents pay more. And it just seems to me that it's not the type of situation with the great working relationship this state has had with education and the legislature and the WDE. It seems like a huge step backwards. I believe that there's a lot of people that certainly would be interested in saying a sales tax. And I heard a person today talk about with all the tourism that we have in this state, that would be something that would certainly let some of those people help pay that tax. And if it was targeted for education, all the better. So in closing, I'm not going to go on anymore. Some of those who know me best know that once in a while I have a hard time stopping, but with everything that we have going in education in Wyoming today, our SMART goals that are specific, measurable, they're achievable, relevant, and they are time oriented. The 21st century skills and the critical thinking that we are expecting out of our students, that's all going to be hampered with huge budget cuts. And lastly, I cannot coin this as my own because it's not, but I had a respected gentleman when I started teaching many years ago in Nebraska always said that if anyone has ever had a student go through the public schools or that they themselves went through public schools, then that person has the obligation to future generations to make sure that students have that same opportunity and grow it for the generations to come. And I think, you know, as teachers, as parents, as tax-paying citizens, all we ever wanted was more for these students of our own, for our kids, for the future generations than we had for themselves. So with that, Mr. Chairman and Honorable House Education Committee members, I will be happy to answer any questions if there is any, and thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony, John. Ms. McGovern, do you have someone else?
We do very, very quickly, if I may. We'll go quickly. I understand. Mrs. Palacios.
Good afternoon, Chairman Paxton and board members. My name is Jennifer Palacios, and I am the principal at Stagecoach Elementary. We were part of the recalibration study that was recently done in a national distinguished school. And so I'm going to talk very briefly, and I'll be very quick about what we have done to have that success for our students and your constituents. But first, I want to give a huge shout out to your Wyoming educators who have chosen to come back to school, to work in person and virtually without someone in the room to help them with tech support, who have come every day without making demands or threatening to sue you or sign their wills on Capitol Hill. They have been there every day for those kids. And that is something commendable. Now, something that we have done at Stagecoach through the funding that we have that I wouldn't have been able to do as an educator in Colorado was we got to know our kids on a personal basis. Because as Maslow's law says, you have to know them personally on that very bottom level to be able to expect them to act academically. So through my teachers, we have been able to get to know our kids and our families for those who need food, who need snack, who need coats, boots, food on the weekend, Christmas presents. We give Christmas presents for our entire families, and foods over extended weekend, in which families need counseling. And I do say elementary counseling because that is one of the things I know could be cut. Our elementary counselors have uncovered abuse, neglect, and suicide at the elementary level that have been very, very serious. So for the life of even one child, to me and your constituents, I hope a penny tax is worth it. It is to me. And I hope that it's never in your family that your elementary student is suicidal. The next thing that we have done is we have embedded data teams that our teachers take their planning that they don't get to plan. They come meet with me and as a team to reflect on their teaching and their kids' data. Just as any good sports team does, When you look at that team, you review what you did well, what you could change, what the other team's doing. That's what we do. And then we make whole group plans and individual class plans. And then that's where our interventionists kick in. Our interventionists, there were some questions about what interventionists are. At Stagecoach, they are teachers, certified teachers. I don't have uncertified paras or anyone else go in and work with my kids. They are teachers. And in the past 5 years, I've gone from 3 to 1.5. But we make those plans with those kids and we meet with them, we reflect with them, and we let them set their goals. The last component that we have done is we have met with our community and our business owners, and we have listened to them, and they want 21st century skills that start at a very young age in elementary. And those are those transferable skills, not just academic. So we use our specialist teachers, which are also on the cutting block, to help us with that. They talk about art and PE and music and STEM, so that our kids not only have the academic skills, but they can plan, they can work together, and they can apply that information. And that needs to happen. As Wyoming educators, we have come every day and we are upholding the Wyoming Constitution. Over the past 5 years, as this principal, I have lost 1.5 interventionists, an instructional coach, increased classroom sizes. And when I go on job recruiting fairs, people laugh and won't even come to Wyoming. I am putting long-term subs in front of my kids, but we still continue to give you your bang for your buck and make our kids reach that achievement data that you guys are talking about while doing it emotionally. We have worked with you and we have gone to the budget cuts, but now it's time that I ask that you work with us and don't degrade us and don't downplay us. We are here, we want to work with you, we want to help diversify this great state. So I ask that you now do your job and uphold the Wyoming Constitution for education and for these children and their constituents, which are their parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Ms. McGovern, do we have other folks that need to talk right now?
We do, sir, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, we have Wes Woodward. He comes to us from Idaho, and then we'll finish up with our HR director, Nicole Bolton, very quickly.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as Mrs. McGovern stated, I moved here from Idaho. I actually started in Carpenter, Wyoming. I worked there as an elementary principal for 3 years, and then I'm now here. I work at the junior high school as an assistant principal. I had other things I was going to say, but I'm only going to say one thing just because I know time is important, and I really want you to get this part of what I'm saying. And it was dealing with my children. My children in Idaho were educated in Idaho for most of their lives, and they were top of their class, good students, better than I ever was as a student, I should say. And when we moved to Carpenter, Wyoming, I was their principal, and I can't take any credit because I was the newbie coming in, but those teachers there tested them and found that they were low. And that was a shock to me. That surprised me. It was eye-opening. By the end of the first year in Carpenter, my children the teachers were able to find the gaps they had, fill those gaps, and get them at the Wyoming level, which I will say, I've heard it said that Wyoming is a Cadillac of schools, and I don't know if that's the right analogy to be looking at. Wyoming is a well-running, well-maintained vehicle. Cadillacs have all these luxury things, and maybe in the past, Wyoming has seen that, but I don't see the luxury things. I just see a well-run program, and I don't want to see it drop because it really has made a difference for my family. And it's been a great place to work, so I absolutely love it.
Thank you for your testimony, Wes. Who do we have up next? Ms. McGovern?
Chairman Paxton, we have Nicole Bolton. She is our Director of Human Resources.
Go ahead. Introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Chair Paxton and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and share some facts and realities from our district. I've taken most of it out because it's been said, so I'll keep it brief. My name is Nicole Bolton, and I'm the Human Resource Director and Assistant Superintendent for Sweetwater School District Number 1. I'm coming to you with facts as a Human Resource Director. I want to start with just a couple questions. I want you to think about, have you seen the devastating effects a bad teacher has on a student? Because I have, as an employee and as a parent. Have you seen the devastating effects a bad principal has on a school? Because I have. And have you seen what a bad superintendent can do to a district? Because we've lived that. With the natural adjustments of the model, and if this bill passes, this is a $9 million cut to our district. To give a comparison, this equals approximately 109 certified positions. All of these ultimately hurting the kids and taking years of to recover if we even can. This is what's being left for Wyoming districts to choose from if any further cuts happen. My biggest fear as a human resource director is not being able to recruit and retain quality staff. Not out of inconvenience for me, but because of the devastating effects that this will have on students. All the school districts have done for the past 5 years is work with the states. We've been asked, work with the states on these cuts. We need to make cuts. Education needs cuts. Well, we have. And we've continually done more with less. Our quality has already suffered. We have held up our end of the bargain and done more with less by providing still a quality education with everything required, in addition to providing services that are not funded, that are essential to our students' well-being and not negotiable, such as food, nurses, K-6 counselors, the excess in special ed funding that's not reimbursed. We don't have a choice to provide those, so it comes out of our general fund and other things get cut. The increased costs that the ECA would have covered, along with many other things. Thank goodness the funding model is left to local control and we have flexibility, because if we strictly followed the model, we'd be missing all these essential services and needs, and we would not be competitive in the least bit for salaries and benefits. But I want to end with this. We've already had years now in Sweetwater One where we have not been able to fill certified positions. I've been lucky enough for the most part to get some retired teachers to come back and be long-term subs for a year, but I'm not going to have that luxury moving forward. And that directly affects who we're here for, and that's the kids. Cuts are not the solution, and they should not even be a part of this discussion moving forward. We are here. We're in this situation due to the lack of follow through to bring in different revenue sources. That's why we're here. It's not education's fault. It's the lack of follow through to bring in the revenue sources. So that's really where the focus needs to be. Cutting us is going to be unconstitutional. We know that. We're already bare bones, and you're going to force us to not be able to offer the things that we're required to offer to kids. So I beg you, the cutting is not where this conversation should be. The revenue is, because that is the one part the state has not held up their end of the bargain. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Ms. McGovern, I'm assuming that was the last of our testimony, or did you have further comments to make?
Thank you, Chairman Paxton. I would just like to close with one final comment. Nicole talked about our deficit of 9 million, 3 million for the first whammy because of the lower ADMs in the district. So to right size our district. For this bill that is proposed, it would be another 6 million on top of that. We tried early retirement. We needed 35 to right size. We got 23. We're receiving a few resignations that are coming through the regular hiring process and leaving, unfortunately. But I close with this. When I think of the amount of money that these cuts are and the devastation that it can have, not only is it unequal and the cuts are not cost-based, but we have 7 elementary schools here in Rock Springs, and I would have to close a minimum of 4. So I have 3 left, and they're not big enough to hold the kids. So I don't know where I would put them. And I don't know that their classrooms are big enough to have class sizes of 35 or 40. And that really concerns me. So with that, I'll go ahead and I'll end this. And Chairman Paxton, I'm open for questions or anyone here to testify for you today.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McGovern. Committee, we have some questions, it looks like. We'll start with Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Superintendent McGovern, for that really incredibly organized presentation. I think it was very compelling in many, many different ways. So we asked some questions to Albany County, and I want to ask them to you as well. In terms of the bill before you and the dollar figures that are associated, for example, with staffing. And so, or any element of the bill before you. And if you could comment on any of those specifics, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
Representative Conley, thank you for your question. I think when the consultants came in, and we've used them before, and all due respect to Picus and Auden, I think the evidence-based model has some good points to it, but it is not the end-all, be-all. We've heard from Mrs. Palacios that, and she has taken a school that was red on school performance reports, and she's turned it to be a high-performing school in the blue. And in order to do that, you have to have training for your staff. You have to have the time for them to work together. And so what is so concerning is the inability to sustain that model and have that carry towards not only 3rd grade reading scores, but what they determine in the future, which is our future graduation rates. So those are just a few of the things that are so concerning. And I know our parent, we appreciate her very much. What the federal law dictates for us to follow, and we do follow, but also the lack of reimbursement, it hurts kids. And we were short $625,000 last year. We were one of 26 districts that did not receive the full reimbursement that we had. And so we have to find those elements in the foundation guarantee and the flexibility of it being local, but we don't have any more. We truly don't. We talk about activities, we talk about football, basketball, all those things that are good for kids, but we've got activities like academies, drama, choir, future Farmers of America, all those things that make kids what they are. And when we cut across the board, not only is it not constitutional, but we're going to hurt kids. And that's a scary thought.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up.
Follow up.
Superintendent, could you talk a little bit about things that you fund that are outside of the model that you find necessary? What we've heard from other districts include needing to supplement school lunches, for example, SROs, things like that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Representative Conley, some of the things that we fund outside of the model, I appreciate your question. Back in November, our district held a cost savings task force. And at that time, we brought in 42 community members that were from all different backgrounds. They were not all educators. We really wanted a broad perspective so that we could, in a sense, audit the district and make recommendations for this fiscal area that we've got. And along that way, some of the things that we found, nutrition services our food service department. We were, I believe, one of the last districts, if not the last district, to have to use our general fund to subsidize our food service program. And truly, in all transparency to this committee, we are fortunate right now to have the free breakfast and the free lunch because of what we're getting ready to face and what our kids are going through. It's terrifying to us. We get them coats, and all the coats were gone in the first day. So, special ed not being reimbursed, nutrition services outside, our school resource officers, those are not in the funding model. And school safety, we're living the pandemic. Thank goodness we are blessed. We've been able to keep our doors open, and I hope to be a success story and able to do that to the very last day of school. I really do. But to have safety in your schools and the trust from your families, there's a price tag behind that, and you've also got to have good people that relate to the kids and that want to keep them there.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent McGovern, thank you for all of the testimony that you were able to bring to the table today. It's nice to get a good snapshot of what we've got on your side of the state. So thank you for that. My direct question is, as we look at all the things that you guys have cut, one of the things that comes up, at least in my district, and I know I've seen it in a few others as well, is some of the other larger expenses that have been approved. So I'm kind of curious, as we look at some of the larger expenses that may have been approved at the expense of some of these cuts. So one of the things that comes to mind is, has there been any type of usage of the block grant monies to support building of new facilities, new football stadiums, new soccer fields, anything like that, that you guys used the foundation guarantee as opposed to looking at other funding for that? And I'm curious on this. This is not a trying to trap or anything like that. I'm genuinely curious. Chairman
Paxton, if I may. Representative Brown, thank you for your great question. It's a little bit of irony as I answer this question for you. Realistically, what we're experiencing in our district is first the whammy of lower ADMs. And that, of course, is the $3.02 million that will result in our funding for next year. But when we look at our district enrollment, and what we are seeing is in the elementary grades, that is primarily where the loss of ADMs are at. And so when we have our secondary schools, and even beginning in grades 4 and 5 all the way through 12th grade, we have a large student population in that area. So more specifically at Rock Springs High School, we've got close to 1,400 students. That's down a little bit from the beginning of the year, but even so, sir, we still are over the enrollment for what Rock Springs High School can hold. And I'll tell you, all you've got to do is walk down a hallway with the kids, and you will definitely feel the effects of when you've outgrown your school. So we are fortunate, and we have our satellite campus that we are planning to open because it is needed. We need that very much. It's been downsized significantly from what we initially were requesting, and also worked with the state to achieve. And so the satellite school will continue to be opened in the fall, and the expense for opening the school, we plan to essentially pull some of the Rock Springs High School staff over, and in other words, peel off some of the staff and move them over into that building, not hiring additional certified staff. I'm very concerned. I don't think we would even get the quality staffs to fill the positions. But in that area, even with the loss of ADMs, we need those facilities in that building. And that's why it's so important for us to move forward. Also, I believe you were asking about enhancements and things like that for some of our other facilities. And with that, we have been able very much, we have our recreation board, and we have been extremely conservative with that board, planning for these times such as these that are tough fiscally for us. So I hope that answers your question, sir.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up, go ahead.
Just briefly, if you can answer this very quickly, I'm just curious, you have mentioned multiple times about your decline in ADM. I'm just curious where your decline in ADM is at. Is it K through 6 or 6 through 9, 9 through 12? Where are you guys seeing your decline in ADM?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Brown, it's primarily your primary grades. So our kindergarten through 3rd, and it's tough to know whether kindergarten is truly lower in student enrollment, or is it the pandemic where some parents have chosen to not send their students until the following school year. So that one's a tough one to give you a concrete answer as far as kindergarten, but the other grades are primary.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? All right, thank you, Superintendent, for your testimony. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. Ordinarily, the first thing we do when we start taking public comment is ask if there's anyone in favor of the bill. And I neglected to do that. And I'm sure there's probably a lot of people just knocking on the door to get in to tell us that they favor the bill. But just to back up and be formal about that, is there anyone out there in the waiting room that would like to talk in favor of the bill? And Clarissa, if you could help me look for those folks, that would be nice.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like there are 4 folks who still have their hand raised. And then one, so I can bring in, looks like Sheridan County School District number 3. We might give folks a moment though.
Are they in favor or against the bill? Do they want to talk in favor of the bill? That's what I'm asking. Is there's anyone out there that would like to talk in favor of the bill?
Okay. So now let's see. I'll bring in Sherman Skelton.
Okay.
And then after that, I'll bring in Janine Teskey.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity, and I would like to thank the Education Committee for allowing this testimony as well. I first of all would like to say this is my first time being involved in a committee meeting like this, and I would like to say how impressed I am with the mutual engagement. I did not anticipate having questions, and it just is a sign that you guys are actively listening and engaged, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. So my name is Sherman Skelton. I am a community member and a board member in Thermopolis. I was born and raised here and currently have 2 children attending school in Hot Springs County. I had a little bit of a prepared statement, and I will also be brief, but a few of the questions that came to mind during the LSO presentation, I would like to cover some of those, as well as Representative Neiman had some great questions for a colleague of mine, Trustee Wire. Many of those were answered by Mr. Johnson. But I did want to touch on something that Trustee Wire had talked about, and that was the number of staff members that are teaching in different subject areas. And I think our admin team here has been very diligent about being responsible and mindful of the funding model. And yes, we are funding below that model. But historically, or at least in the last several years, and I've only been on the board a couple of years now, but in our district, losing a teacher does mean losing a program. And as we heard Trustee Wire talk about there, with those teachers that are teaching multiple subjects, even more so now, it may mean losing 2 programs. So that in a small district is a critical piece, I think, to keep in mind. One thing Representative Nyman had mentioned that while we are funding below the model, our compensation is above the model slightly. Some of that I think can be attributed to in these small districts, and I've heard a few other people mention it. While I think that Thermopolis is the crown jewel of the state, and Representative Newsom, with her background, maybe is also like-minded, it can be hard to attract teachers here. It can be hard to find quality educators. And I think we've done a great job of that. One question I had at going through that LSO report, not so much a question, maybe a sentiment that I've had through over the last few years is I was under the understanding in 2017 that one of those consultant firms had come back with the statement that we needed to fund education by 70 million more. In 2018, there was a $30 million cut. So that was a $100 million difference. I wasn't sure if that line graph, it looked like they were running pretty close together, if that was more of a reflection of the recommendations of the recalibration committee, and then in relation to the action taken by the legislature. But I would like to express my sincere hope that the legislative body in our state will choose to uphold their constitutional duties to appropriately fund education. As a 4th generation Wyomingite, I find it personally frustrating to see the state I love be in the financial predicament that we find ourselves today. Growing up through the 80s and watching the repetitive boom and bust cycles of our mineral industries, it was clear that we needed to diversify our economy. It's my belief that our future to a diversified economy are the young minds that sit in our classrooms across this state. They are our future, and that future can be bright if we are brave enough to invest in them. House Bill 89 is set to cut career technology classes and activities. All of these happen to be very vital to our small town. Those students that are choosing a career path over a college path will be drastically impacted. We have extensive data that shows a direct correlation to increased academic engagement for students that are also involved in activities or sports. And it's my fear that if we cut those programs, our graduation rate will dramatically decrease. I firmly believe that those Wyoming residents that have mobility in their employment will not sacrifice their children's education and ultimately their futures to stay in a state that doesn't feel their children's education is a worthy expenditure. Now ask yourself, what will the economic effect be as we start to lose those professional jobs to states that do prioritize education? Hot Springs County does have a lot of volatility in our revenue streams. And I know by talking to our county treasurer, we also have a pretty significant amount of ad valorem taxes that are in default. For years, I've heard how the state isn't getting enough bang for their buck. As a parent of Wyoming students, as a community member that has seen our state rank in the top 10 nationally in a district that in the last few years has been a top performer within our state, I can't think of a singular statement that I have found more frustrating than we aren't getting enough bang for our buck. In our district, we have had numerous staff members that have received nationally recognized awards and an entire staff that goes above and beyond on a daily basis. I did appreciate Representative Harshman's comment earlier about being solution-oriented. I believe that every problem gives us an opportunity to find a solution. I also wanted to address Representative Newsom. We have a mutual acquaintance in Park County that in August, during the primary, had mentioned how impressed they were with you and your willingness to tackle tough issues And you had a question earlier to my colleague, Trustee Wire, or maybe one of the other people giving the testimony about how our public perception would be on a tax. We had one of our local representatives in a recent forum prior to the general election had indicated that they were unwilling to look at any option for new taxes. I found that very frustrating because I think we're at a time in our state where we don't have the luxury of saying that we're unwilling to look at any possibility. I think we have to turn over every stone. So I do believe that doing the right thing takes brave voices and strong leaders to stand up for those that don't yet have a voice at the ballot box. We will not be able to cut our way to a solution. And the reality is that when you cut activities or force situations where students have to pay to play, it is a tax, and one that isn't applied equally. You are creating a situation that only adversely affects those students and their families that may not have the same economic advantages as other students. I appreciate your time. That's all I had. I'd be available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Skelton. Anyone on the RECAL committee want to address his question that he had earlier? That you want to repeat that for us, Mr. Skelton?
Yeah, you bet. It just on one of those slides, that line graph, it looked like that it was representing that the recommendations by the consultants was more in line with what the legislature was doing. It's been my impression that the consultants, and I understand, I think that there were two different consultant firms hired. One came back with one amount. The legislature was not in agreement with that amount. They hired another consultant team. That one came back with a higher amount. But I believe that one recommendation was 70 million, that education was underfunded, or that 70 million needed to be increased to the education funding. And then the next year it was cut by 30 million.
Okay, Representative Summers, you want to take that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So in 2017, when we looked at hiring a consultant, we thought we would try a different consultant than we've normally hired. And so we hired APA, Augenblock. I can't think of all the names of them, but anyway, their acronym was APA. And they had a bit of a different methodology. They had some upside and some downside, I think, in the way they looked at things. They did a really thorough investigation of the basket of goods, which really showed that Wyoming's basket of goods was the same as every state surrounding us and all the high performing states. And in their final analysis, they came out that anyway, their model would have generated 70-some million more or 70 million more than our legislative model. We didn't take that recommendation as a legislature. And in 2020, when we hired a consultant, we went back to the old consultant that we had. And one of the primary reasons that we didn't shift consultants and the challenge there was with APA is APA didn't really base their model on really costing out the different components. They had a bit of a different tack in doing things. I'm not going to say it's wrong or right, but in the end, it probably didn't fit with maybe our court orders as much as the other one, as the one we currently use. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's in fact accurate. That consulting firm did resource education in Wyoming 70 million more than our legislative model.
Okay, thank you.
In 2017.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Skelton?
Yes, it does. And Mr. Chairman, if I may add something else that in that answer just prompted a memory, is that the mentioning of basket of goods, and that is another slide in the LSO presentation was or the increase in our FTEs. And I just wanted to mention at that time that one of the reasons we have an increase in FTEs is because the legislature is directing our basket of goods, and the addition of computer science has been one of those. And so I think it's important for all of us just to keep in mind that there is a large percentage, or at least some percentage of our increased costs that are out of our control and are being directed and mandated for us to increase. And in some small districts, and probably for large, I can just speak for ours, but that certainly has driven up our costs.
Okay, thank you. Representative Somers, did you have another comment?
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question. You know, I think, like I said, APA came back that our basket of goods really looked like everybody else's. Would you recommend that we cut the basket of goods? Should we provide less educational opportunity for kids in Wyoming? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Mr. Skelton?
Go ahead, Mr. Skelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, not at all. I guess my statement on that would be that if we are going to increase our basket of goods, we have to make sure that our funding is in line, that we can do that appropriately, equitably, and effectively. I don't believe that we should increase that if we are not willing to spend to the level to make sure that we are doing that effectively. And I think a big part of that is having some real dialogue on what we can effectively deliver with that basket of goods.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or follow-up? Representative Somers?
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. Just a little more background for the whole committee, and my fellow recalibration folks can chime in if I get this wrong. It was asked of the current consultant, what if we cut one component of the basket of goods? Will that appreciably change the cost of education in Wyoming? And I think they pretty much unilaterally said no, because there's too many things that are intertwined. And so even if we were to cut back on computer science, for example, probably the consultants wouldn't cost it any different, but certainly it would cost you folks in the district less. You know, it's still a burden that you have on your backs. But just so the committee knows, that question was brought and asked of the consultants. Well, what if we get rid of one or two or three, or what point do we change? And they wouldn't really answer, but they did say that you can reduce it by one, and it's probably not going to change how we cost out this education. So thank you.
Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Skelton? I don't see any other questions, so thank you, Mr. Skelton, for your testimony. And Clarissa, who do we have next? Looks like
Mr.
Janine.
Chairman, I just brought in Janine Teskey.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Janine.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Janine Bayteski. I am the treasurer of the Teton County School District Board of Education. I am also the past president of the Wyoming School Boards Association and the Western Region one of the 3 Western Region representatives on the National School Boards Association Board. I'll be very brief today because you're going to be seeing me for a whole month. Lucky you, huh? Seriously, it'll be good to be able to see people again. This is my 5th recalibration, and candidly, it's my first session without Senator Coe. Kind of sad, but I certainly understand the financial state that we're in right now. But I think this whole conversation would be very different if we were on a different playing field, that we were on a field of trust, and that there was some vision of a future in sight for us. And Representative Obermuller, you and I have had many discussions about reshaping the economy in Wyoming and what needs to happen in totality in a holistic sense to make that make sense. Not just attracting new businesses, but finding the right business model whereby those businesses are paying their fair share of revenue into the state system as we're moving forward. So as I look at this session, this to me is sort of a bridge session. It's bridging us into, and I hope that we can get to the point where both chambers understand the need to really look at our business model, really look at our revenue streams, and really try and figure out what is the right answer for Wyoming as we're moving forward. We can't keep doing what we're doing. Every year, we kind of have some semblance of the same discussions, and it never seems to change anything. It's just the price of oil and gas goes up and down a little bit, and so the magnitude of the issue becomes a little bit different. But I just feel like we really need to take a breath, create an environment and a culture of trust, and try and work across the aisle here to make a different model that works for all of us. Saying that, Chairman Paxton, you asked for people in support. My board fully supports the revenue streams associated that have been highlighted in this bill. We had a 7-0 vote for the sales tax. 7-0, and that doesn't happen all the time on my board, trust me. So I guess, like I said, I'll be around for the next month with you all. I hope we can work together and try and come up with some answers to some of these questions, and maybe develop some sort of a plan on what the future really needs to look like as we're moving forward, which is beyond where we are right now. I mean, we need to go back and look at Speaker Harshman's 2016 proposal and all of the streams that went into that as a starting point. And then we need to do the deep dive into what do we want Wyoming to look like? And there's a lot of reasons for this. In addition to the economy of the state, it also ought to probably help shape what the education system looks like in the state so that we're supporting the businesses we're trying to attract. But at that, I'll stop, and I'll see you all next week. And if any of you have any questions, please let me know.
Questions for Janine? Thank you for your testimony, Janine. We will look forward to seeing you here in a few days. Larissa, do we have anyone else in our waiting room?
Mr. Chairman, I have just admitted Mike Hamill.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How are you today, Ms. Superintendent Hamill?
I'm doing well. Do I have your permission to proceed?
Go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Mike Hamill, and I am here with our board chair, Mr. Mike Mann. I am superintendent with Carbon County School District number 1 in Rawlins and Little Snake River in Bags. And I want to start by,
Superintendent, do you have a capability of video? Because your video is not on right now.
my video is not on. Let me do that right there. Can you see
Okay.
me now?
We can see you now.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak today. I hope what I have to share is meaningful and respectful of your time. My comments are going to center on how Wyoming has done over a somewhat recent history in terms of both student and systemic improvements, our recent history with educational funding, to include a very brief overview of constitutional obligations as set forth by the Wyoming Supreme Court, the block grant approach to dispensing school funds, and some closing comments. So actually, as an opening, recently, Mr. Matt Michael, I wrote an op-ed which was published in the Wyoming Tribune Eagle. In the article, Mr. Michael states, "I think we are safe to, at least at this moment, give a large, loud, and hearty thank you to everyone involved in the Wyoming education system." He continues, "Every school board member, every superintendent, every principal, but most importantly, every teacher, support staff, paraprofessional, and all frontline workers deserve our gratitude." And Mr. Michael goes on to reference how Wyoming is one of only 2 states with all of our schools open for in-person instruction and he compares health statistics in Wyoming to other states which have been, much more stringent with their restrictions related to education. If you have not, I'd encourage you to read the article in its entirety. I'm proud to have been part of the statewide committee which worked with the Wyoming Department of Education, board members, healthcare professionals, building administrators, teachers, and others in developing a template for all districts to use as they began planning to reopen schools. Some districts simply adopted the templates produced by this group, while most took it as a guide and made some minor modifications to customize it to their district facilities and needs. And I offer this as a simple testament to how Wyoming educators and people typically respond when faced with a challenge. So I'm going to move on now to talking about student achievement and accountability. Accountability in education is certainly not new, but at the same time, it does not have a long history either. In Wyoming, outside of simple accountability to a local board, accountability began with the federal No Child Left Behind legislation, which was passed in 2001. This marked the first time states were actually required to take a good hard look at how education was working in their state. And predictably, there were a lot of growing pains associated with new federally mandated work. And many in Wyoming had little to no background experience upon which to call on for help. In other words, we had to figure it out while we were living it. Right around this same time period, our state was doing very well financially, and some recent court cases had been settled with the Wyoming Supreme Court outlining legislative constitutional requirements related to school funding. These three things merged together in a really unique way, such that the legislature responded to their financial obligations as well as their oversight responsibilities, while educators took those funds and tried to figure out how to revamp our delivery models, our feedback cycles, our accountability responsibilities, and figure out how to best move forward. In the true spirit of Wyoming, this challenge was met, and our schools are doing very well. In fact, just a few years ago, Wyoming was the top in the nation in overall performance on the NAEP. When I say top in the nation in overall performance, if you take all grade levels and all subject areas and aggregated them together, Wyoming was the top in the nation. And while we haven't stayed there, we still rank very high. Statewide graduation rates have risen 7 consecutive years. ACT scores, when compared to other states who require all juniors to take the exam, are above average. In short, there are many matrices which provide solid feedback about how our students are doing. And certainly, can we do better? Absolutely, we can. And is it fair for you as legislators to expect us as professional educators to embrace that challenge as we continue to try and refine our practices and corresponding results? Absolutely, that's fair. I'm going to move on now to legislature's constitutional obligation as it relates to school funding. If you have not read the recent article by Representative Albert Summers, which was published in the Cowboy State Daily on February 17th, I would encourage you to do so. I've not read another article as comprehensive, concise, accurate, and forward-thinking as the one written by Mr. Summers. He clearly outlines the history of school funding being challenged, the results of the cases, the response by the legislature, and how it all fits into our present situation. If I go back just a little bit to when I was talking about the legislatures responding to their financial obligations, there was a lot of work to be done. Wyoming had to define what they wanted every student in the state to know and to be able to do. Then they had to cost out what it would take to implement that basket of goods as it has become known over the years. And then, in the general words of the court, it had to be funded by the legislature as a priority in front of all other financial priorities of the state. In the mid-2000s, when the state was doing very well financially, and when districts were trying to figure out how to swim in the new waters of accountability, there was a pretty strong partnership between the legislature and the school districts. School districts were supported well above the consultant's recommended model to support education funding. And additionally, they were funded above that, and those additional funds were given specific strings so districts could develop programs to best support their students. As referenced in prior comments, I would suggest that these efforts have borne some very productive fruits over the years. During this time, there were some in the legislature who have felt for a long time that the funds spent on education were too voluminous and needed to be trimmed back. Our economy started to flatten out and even started to dip back down. As a result, over the past 8 years specifically, there's been a pretty large decrease in funding to education. However, not until recently did funding actually dip below the constitutionally mandated and consultant identified amounts for districts to reasonably be expected to be able to deliver the basket of goods to their students. I also want to speak very briefly about the block grant funding model. That's been talked about a fair amount today. Very simply, the legislature and state board have worked together to define the basket of goods for all Wyoming schools. The consultants have cost out this service, and the block grant model is simply a constitutionally accepted way of dispersing these funds to the various districts around the state. As you have heard much testimony about today, it ensures adequate funding is provided to each district and allows some degree of local control as individual districts wrestle with how to best use those funds to support both student learning as well as their employees. It has become somewhat popular to look inside the model to see if districts are actually using the money in the manner it was meant to when allocated. And the bottom line is this, as has come out and been very clear today. There are places where there may be discrepancies on the funding side, just like there are undoubtedly discrepancies on the service side. In other words, districts are fully expected to provide services for which there is either no funding or for which there is inadequate funding. Just like there are some places where we may receive slightly more funding in an individual line item than what we actually spend on that line item. In short, the courts view our system as constitutional, and the amount of present funding is consistent with the amount determined by 3 separate consultants over the past 5 years. In other words, what we have is working and it's constitutional. Which brings us to the present. And how do we define the present? As I just mentioned, the legislature has paid for 3 separate recalibration studies in the past 5 years. 2 of them would suggest K-12 education is presently about 16 to 20 million below the consultant's model, while the other would suggest we are about $70 million below the consultant's model. We also know the Wyoming Supreme Court has explicitly, in very plain language, ruled the legislature is required to define a basket of goods, cost out this basket of goods, and then fund it above all other priorities. And here's my question. Why would we not want to do that? One more time. Why would we not want to do that? Is our system broken? It is not. It's clear that was clearly established by how much better our schools are doing compared to when this all started in 2001. I would actually hope each of you, very sincerely, would proudly stand up and say, I was part of that. What we have done together in Wyoming would be traded for from probably 45 to 48 states in the union straight across. They would take our model, our accompanying financial obligation, our systems that we have created, and our results over what they're getting in their state. I would hope that this is a source of pride for each of you, because you have been a vested and integral partner the whole journey. We are the least taxed state in the union by many measures. Other measures may place us somewhere in the bottom 5, but by all accounts, we have a relatively light tax burden in our state. And rightfully so, we take a lot of pride in that. I would offer, however, that when the least taxed state cannot adequately provide for essential services for its citizens, then it is not time to cut further. It is time to generate revenue, rather than tear down a truly productive, efficient, and constitutionally supported system. I'm reminded of a class I took while getting my master's degree in educational administration from the University of Southern Mississippi in the summers of 1994 and 95. I was in a class called the Principalship, and the instructor loved to talk to us about when you sit in the big chair, these are the types of things you'll deal with. And he would go on to talk about relative educational topics and practices which were designed to help us be more prepared to be effective building administrators. One of our lessons involved handling our inboxes when we get to work. This was right as the internet was starting to take legs, and few, if any, districts had email and such. So there was typically an inbox by a principal's office where people could leave notes about things they needed of the principal. Our lesson involved how we prioritize and then solve these many items. And I'll never forget his words to us. No is really easy. It solves lots of problems. It gets a lot of those items out of your inbox. No, we can't do that. No, you can't go there. No, we don't have the money for that. No. And then he paused. And he asked us to reflect on the fact that these were notes that that they thought were important enough about the work they were doing in our building with students. And they were requesting our help. And that actually our job was to find a way to support them and find a way to say yes, unless there's a specific reason to say no. In closing, I want to thank you for your time listening to me. I want to sincerely thank you for your financial support, as well as your support in other ways as we have endeavored to create an efficient and effective delivery model for the students of our state. And I want to challenge you to find a way to continue that partnership. Find a way to say yes. We can keep building up what we have. Find a way to say yes. We can continue to provide an excellent, not an average, future for our children. Find a way to say yes. We can stand up and take pride in the work we have done together over the past 20 years. And I think most importantly, find a way to say yes. We will not tear down what we have spent so long building up. I thank you for your comments and yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Superintendent Hamel. Any questions from the committee? I don't see any questions. Looks like you're off the hook there, Superintendent Hamel. Thank you for your testimony. Larissa,
Mr. Paxton,
who do we have next? Oh, it looks like we have,
Mr.
oh,
Chair,
yeah. Yes.
Mr. Mann also has some additional comments.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Man.
Mr. Chairman and representatives, thank you for your service and thank you for the opportunity today to speak on this issue. I do believe that all of the economic impacts to districts have been highlighted, and I just have a couple of brief statements. You have a very tough task in front of you, and I know we face them daily as school board members and monthly and at our meetings. And I would say that the one guiding principle for school board members in the state, or what we preach, is what is best for children. When you're faced with a tough decision, if you can only just ask yourself that what is best for children, it really leads you down a solution that is best for everybody in the district. I hate the thought of funding cuts. I'm more of a revenue generation guy, because when we say funding cuts, I hear the word adequate. This could bring us to adequate funding levels. Well, I do not want us to have signs that come into Wyoming that say, welcome to Wyoming. We have impressive mountains, beautiful wide open spaces, and the education for children is adequate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Questions or comments from the committee? I don't see any, so thank you for your testimony. It looks like, Charles, you decided to join us here today, it looks like. Go ahead.
I did. So good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Paxton and committee members. I'm Charles Oski. I'm the superintendent, K-12 principal of Sheridan County School District number 3.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear him? Because I can't.
I can hear him, but
Okay.
I'm not, how's anybody else? Is everybody else able to hear him? See a thumbs up if you can hear Mr. Oski. Oh, just so. Is there any way you can turn up your volume or sit a little closer to your mic or something, Mr. Oski? There you go.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine. I don't know about anyone else. Representative Summers, can you hear him now, or
Representative Harshman, can you hear me? Can everybody else hear?
just so they're saying?
Okay. All right, well, it works good for all my other Zoom meetings, so I guess we'll just talk a little bit louder, if that's all right. Or do you want me to try to log back in and try to?
It helps. It does help if you talk louder.
Okay. All right, we'll use our coaching voices here then. Again, so thanks everybody. Again, I'm Charles Oski, Superintendent, K-12 Principal, Sheridan County School District number 3. I have the privilege to introduce Amy Vineyard, our chairman of the board, and Chris Schock, one of our board members, to speak to you here today. So we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. I'm going to turn my computer so that they can, you can see them, and then we'll go from there.
You guys all hear me?
Just barely.
Just barely? Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you, Representative Paxton and the House Education Committee, for letting us talk to you today. I'd like to start off by saying that you're in an incredibly challenging time, and I understand that there's going to be cuts to our funding, and I understand that that's a difficult decision for you guys to cut education. Our children are the future of Wyoming, and education allows our kids freedom to be able to go out and be successful adults and an asset to society. I'd like to talk to you about how education is important to rural communities such as Claremont, the importance in athletics, extracurriculars, good night, in education and the community as a culture. Rural communities thrive because the schools that are in them. Community rallies around the school, and the school employs most of the residents in town. The kids who live near these communities benefit of a shorter bus ride and the opportunity to get a high quality education from the smaller schools, as well as have the opportunity to be part of a team and dabble in the extracurricular activities. As you may know, Claremont is one of the highest achieving schools and with one of the lowest budgets in the state. We were chosen for the recalibration study as well, and we've been accredited since Mr. Oski has been our superintendent. Our student scores are high, and we are in the top 10 in the state in graduation rate. These results from a small school speak for themselves. I want to tell you a little bit more about our students. We have an average of 6 to 8 kids per classroom. We are able to identify learning difficulties quickly and deal with those just as quickly. Those teachers are able to help our kids one-on-one, and the outcome is successful kids who graduate with the knowledge to move on to college, trade school, or whatever they feel their calling is. I believe that you get the bang for your buck, as you may call it. Our cuts through House Bill 61, sorry, will be, we'll be right around 80,000. We also have a reduction in ADM, and we'll be mothballing a school in Arvada. We will be going from a $3.8 million budget to a possible $3.2 million budget. Rural Wyoming kids deserve the opportunity for a quality education. As elected officials, the Board of the Trustees of Sheridan County School District Number 3 has and will continue to effectively manage funds so we can provide a quality education for our students. But in order for us to do this, we need to keep the block grant, small school district adjustments. And we are asking that you put back some type of hold harmless that protects small schools from the funding cliffs that are the result of loss of ADM and the legislative cuts. And I think that's it. I also wanted to mention the 1% sales tax. Our board has discussed this, and we like the tax as long as you ear tag it as for education. We don't want it to go into the general fund and then not have the funding for education that we need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Who do we have up next?
Chris.
Next, Superintendent.
We have Chris Schock. He's a trustee.
Can everyone hear me?
Not very well. Can you move over closer to the, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Chris Schock. I'm a school trustee here. School and activities are the heart of a small rural community. And I can really attest to this because I'm the former mayor of Claremont, Wyoming, too. We take great pride as a community in what we are doing educationally with our kids. And we're so honored in being selected as one of 10 high-performing schools in the last recalibration study. Small school districts and schools cannot sustain 15 and 20% cuts every year. If we lose our school, we lose our community. The town shuts down. We need to keep our school, and we as elected officials will continue to do what is best for our students while looking for efficiencies to reduce costs. Our kids are our future. They will grow up to one day hold positions that will keep the world going, and their education as a stepping stone to being successful. We will do our part in short. However, I do believe you as state leaders need to look at creating different revenues for education. In the book, Financing Education in a Climate of Change, the authors make the statement, economists emphasize the value of education as a factor in stimulating economic growth. Today, education is popularly referred to as investment in human capital. In summary, we understand that we're in difficult times, different times, with revenues for Wyoming education, but we also know that K-12 education is the heart of Wyoming communities. It plays an even more important role in the future of Wyoming. Thank you for letting me address the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Superintendent Oski, do you have further comments?
I do. So can you hear me now? I think our internet came back up. We might have better bandwidth again.
I can hear you fine. I don't know about anyone else.
All right. So again, thanks for the opportunity. Just some clarity. I know some of the reports have come out by the LSO. It shows Sheridan 3 to $3.2 million. And we look to have an $80 million or $80,000 reduction with the current funding in 61. But I want to paint a story. We're going from a 3.8 to a $3.2 million, not only due to the loss of ADM from this last year, but because we're also closing a rural school down in Wyoming, or in Arvada in rural Clarence. So this will be the first time our district has only had one school. So due to economic factors in COVID, we are now closing the small K-6 elementary down in Arvada. We've brought everything up there. So we're kind of in a transition. So this next year, we're looking at almost an 18% reduction in funding. So as we kind of transition through that. Also, another point I want to point out is salaries over the last 10 years have really only increased by 1% with some of the data out there. But small school districts in general are really only 0.007% of the entire educational funding model. Some of our biggest drivers have been health insurance, which contributes to a lot of the increase of what we see in district-wide. But another thing was brought to my attention, and I want to bring it to yours. Our facility insurance, along with health insurance, goes up on the average of 10 to 20% every year. But an additional thing is cyber liability. Our cyber liability is going to go up by 50 to 100%. And that was brought to my attention yesterday. I reached out to our company who does our tech support for our district. And in order to protect our district from cyber liability at its fullest extent is $41,000. So I don't know a district or us that's going to be able to afford that. So insurance costs go up. What you've seen here today is keeping the technology and infrastructures up and going. Those are things that are critical to providing that quality education for kids. I'm your biggest advocate that teachers are the #1 thing that we need to keep in front of kids, but we also got to keep the tools and the infrastructure up so that they can support those kids. Athletics are less than 2% of the entire budget, but yet we have close to 95% of our kids participate in some sort of extracurricular activity in rural Wyoming. So our numbers, what we put into our kids, but yet our kids are very involved, is something else that I kind of wanted to point out. It's also been reiterated in the last 5 years, there's been 3 recalibrations. I've had the opportunity to sit through those with some of you here and a lot of leaders through around the state of Wyoming. And I think it was Representative Conley said she has those 3-ring notebooks, which has been referenced before. There's a lot of great data in there about what it takes to provide a quality education in the state of Wyoming according to the basket of goods. So what I want to finish with is the block grant is huge for us districts around the state of Wyoming. Hold harmless if there's something in there that can help with that funding cliff with small school districts, so we don't have a huge cliff, that we can balance some of this out over several years. No matter how you do it, I know APA had a suggestion on how we might reduce large amounts of funding cuts for small school districts because we just don't fit into the model. The other thing is making sure we maintain the small school district and adjustments kind of in the model. So with that, I know you guys have heard a lot of testimony today. I'll open it up for any questions. And again, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, questions for anyone from the school district, Sheridan School District number 3? Questions from the committee? All right, thank you for your testimony. Clarissa, do we have anyone else in the waiting room?
Mr. Chairman, I just promoted Clark Coberly. And just to keep you updated, there are 20 people in the waiting room, but 6 have their hands raised. So just wanted to let you know.
Mr. Coberly, will you introduce yourself?
Yes, I will. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the members of the House Ed Committee. We appreciate this opportunity. We're extremely grateful for you to allow all the school districts that have wanted to speak today this opportunity. I represent Weston County School District number 7 as the superintendent. I am joined by our board chair, Curtis Rankin, and we're going to do it the old-fashioned way like Sheridan 3-2. I'm going to slide the laptop over to trustee Rankin. So here he is.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this has been a long day for you guys, and I appreciate all the time you're spending. We are a small school district, about 220 students, K-12. We'd really like to stress the importance of block grant funding. As locally elected officials, the block grant gives us flexibility we need to meet the needs of all our students. The flexibility of the block grant has allowed us to develop a personalized learning model in our district. This allows students to have the opportunity to prepare for college, trade school, or to head straight into the workforce. This model allows us to keep going strong through COVID shutdown and has allowed us to continue to serve kids who may be out due to quarantine. Administrators and staff in all of Wyoming districts need to be commended for their commitment to education to our local communities during the pandemic. We hear a lot about diversifying our economy here in Wyoming. What we're not hearing is the role education plays in this diversification. Living in Upton, where the mining industry employs a lot of our neighbors, we understand the need to bring jobs to Wyoming. However, what we also see is that Wyoming kids, including Upton kids, are becoming teachers and choosing to live and work in Wyoming. We should be supporting these young professional families and looking at ways to expand the role of our great schools in marketing Wyoming to companies. We are also hearing is that education spending needs to get under control. Local school boards are responsible for how the block grant is spent. If there are questions with the spending decisions made by your local board, parents and community members should attend their local board meetings and have these discussions. I wonder if the concerns are really regarding education funding, which is driven by your decisions. If so, I would recommend you to look at current funding models and consider changes based on your consultant recommendations. As local boards, what is the best for the kid drives our decision. Hopefully that is true on your level also. As a rancher, I really understand the importance of looking at new revenue streams as the price of our products fluctuate also, which the state of Wyoming is in the same boat. Weston 7 board does support the need to look at additional revenue streams to support our education. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity, but also welcome any of you to come and visit our district. We have great things happening in Upton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Any further comments, Superintendent?
I do not have any. We do, again, appreciate this opportunity and appreciate the tough pull that you guys have in front of you right now. We're wanting to collaborate with you, and as you have constructed an education system to be proud of, we're proud to deliver it. And we continue to look forward to work with all the members of the committee and the legislature as a whole as we move forward with this. Thank you very much. And if I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chairman, if you have any.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Doesn't look like I see any questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Who do we have next, Clarissa?
Mr. Chairman, I have promoted Tate Mullen.
Okay, Mr. Mullen, welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Tate Mullen. I'm the WEA Government Relations Director, and I want to thank you for all the work that you have been doing. And I'll keep my comments brief. And I'd like to reiterate some of the comments made by Janine Bay-Teske. We know that there's a lot of work ahead of us, and I have spoken with many of you offline, and I would like to continue that work with you and offer any assistance that WEA can provide. So WEA, we represent about 5,000 educators, paraprofessionals, and support staff throughout the state. We're also here today to advocate for the 90,000 plus students across the state of Wyoming. I'm going to keep my comments at a higher level because you've heard a lot of very substantive, detailed information today in testimony from a variety of folks from across the state about the plight of education, past, present, and future. The stories and experiences across districts are similar because the messages of overworked, underfunded educators who dedicate their lives to the students and to their communities are the boots on the ground reality for many folks across the state of Wyoming. From the implications to the classroom and student achievement to broader economic issues, and the implications of the decisions ahead of this body are very substantial. At the end of the day, though, it's the duty of the legislature to adopt and implement a model that is cost-based and fulfills the constitutional obligation that the legislature must fully fund education. What is more, I think in these discussions, one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that we need to ask if the policies and approaches that we're looking at implementing benefit the students of Wyoming. Looking at House Bill 61 and a variety of other bills, education bills that are out there, I'm having a very difficult time in seeing how any of these policies benefit the students of Wyoming. That being said, if we can look at those and hold that against that standard and see that that fails that standard, we need to start looking very closely at motivations. If the motivations are strictly fiduciary, if these are mechanisms to implement cost savings measures as a reactionary approach to economic mismanagement, we should probably have some substantial reservations about moving in that direction. If our model is not cost-based, if it does not fund education as constitutionally mandated, and if it does not benefit our students, then we're headed down the wrong track. WEA will continue to support any and all revenue generating mechanisms that will help to fund education. And truthfully, we feel that those should be prioritized over cuts. You know, one of the arguments that we consistently hear is that education just needs to come to the table. Respectfully, education's been at the table. Department of Health has been at the table. A number of agencies who have taken departments who have taken cuts have been at the table. What hasn't been at the table are a group of legislators who acknowledge that we have a need for economic diversity, that they acknowledge the need for increased revenue, but when it comes to those substantive discussions, we seem to fall short every time. So again, we would like to continue the work and we would like to be of assistance in any way we can. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Mullen? Yes, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Mullen, not on your comments, but I assume it's the WEA that was responsible for all the postcards that each and every one of us has been getting. I'm curious if you have any idea what the number is altogether, because personally, I'm sure I've gotten hundreds.
We have, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley. Yes, we have worked with not only WEA membership, but we have worked across the state in communicating and talking to communities, business owners, communities of faith, a number of individuals to really discuss what is happening in kind of an open forum format. We have had substantial engagement around that. We have reached thousands of people across the state of Wyoming. So, you know, this is it's a very important topic for a lot of people, not just in the education system. Like, absolutely, I'm here to advocate for our educators, paraprofessionals, and our students, but we have that recognition that education is fundamental to moving this state forward, not just in that economic diversification, but in terms of economic stability. You know, if we cut these positions, if we cut the funding and we lose these positions, we stall an economy that's already in trouble. So yeah, there's a lot of folks who are interested in this.
Okay, thank you, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think we all appreciated the cards we got. It's nice to get handwritten notes. You know, we don't get that very often anymore. I know a lot of them were typed as well, but there were a lot of handwritten notes, and it's a really wonderful thing. You know, and I guess my question to you is, you know, it's become a kind of a teacher shortage in America, and And how do we turn that around? I mean, how are we going to pay less in Wyoming to attract teachers from a declining pool of teachers nationwide? And then if it's not that, if it's we need to pay them more, then, you know, do we compromise on the class size and that quality piece of the education? It's a really tough deal. And I mean, this is not just happening in Wyoming, it's happening throughout the nation, as you know, as you talk to your peers. So really my question is, how bad is the teacher shortage? And how hard is it to attract teachers to this market in Wyoming?
Go ahead, Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers. The short answer is that if we continue to devalue and we don't pay those educators with that teacher shortage, we won't attract the type of high quality educators that have made our system so successful that everybody here who has testified today has talked about. There is a national teacher shortage. The University of Wyoming is working really, really hard on a program to help attract some folks into the education program. In terms of numbers nationally, I don't have that off the top of my head, but we are seeing across statewide what is a national problem, the teacher shortage. So if we do underfund those positions, or we do underfund education, it is going to be harder to draw from those pools. Absolutely.
Chairman Harshman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, here's my cards, and I've read all of them. And again, most of them handwritten. It's the way we used to do business in the legislature. I was one of the few that before we even really cranked up email, you'd get cards from people in Wyoming instead of these mass emails from companies back east that you one click and you send you the same thing. So I really appreciate people taking the time to do that. I think this penny business for education, I think, is interesting. I think South Dakota's done the same thing, half a penny or whatever they did. They're a more complete sales tax state where they tax all their services and very few exemptions. So, but just want to, I think, you know, we're going to be at that point. I mean, we've lost coal, you know, we've lost a lot of coal. And I think in our lifetimes, it's going to be tough, and we're going to continue the fight. But, and in the end, and we heard it today, you know, I mean, it's 150 million in severance tax and over 400 million in coal property tax. 70% of that property tax goes to schools, most of it Campbell County, you know, and so it's tough. So we just got to keep working this thing, and appreciate you reaching out and getting people involved, because that's really what it's about, how we want our little towns to look, right? I'm a kid from Midwest. You heard John Kundle, he's a Glendale kid. So we got a lot of work to do. So appreciate all your work and getting people involved. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other questions from the committee for Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Chairman, one quick thing. I just wanted to add a little note, you know, on this teacher shortage business. Back in the 70s and 80s, you know, 30+% of all college majors, all kids in college were education majors, 70s and 80s when I was in college. And now that's less than half, under 15%. And that's true at our University of Wyoming too. So we've gone from over 30% to less than half that. So it's a big problem. So we got to keep working it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Mullen from the committee? All right. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Mullen. And looks like Teresa is up next.
Good afternoon, Chairman Paxton. I'm Teresa Chalk, Superintendent in Lincoln 1, and I have my board chair with me, Don Lamborn. We will keep our comments brief, I promise. I would like to start off by thanking each legislator for their time and dedication to the students of Wyoming. Lincoln County School District number 1 is proud of our programs, our achievement, our graduation rate, our staff, our students, and what we currently offer as a school district in our community. Just the minor cut that we're talking about at 7% would mean we will reduce the ability to provide the current programs with the current resources and staff that we have. And I can guarantee you that 7% cut will impact the classroom, because every employee whether it be a bus driver, paraprofessional, lunchroom staff, custodial or maintenance worker, instructional facilitator, tutor, teacher, administrator, or coach, influences and impacts our educational program. Furthermore, we would not be able to be as technologically proficient as we are today. This district currently does spend $1.4 million every 3 years on technology. So, and if you cut deeper than 7%, this district would not be able to guarantee the basket of goods. Wyoming has made great gains in education according to our graduation rate and our NAEP scores. We cannot control oil, gas, or coal, but we, the legislature, does have 100% control over our education system. So let's be known for a world-class education system. The state has incredible taxing capacity. So let's use it to guarantee our education system for our students and for their future. I and most of the teachers and staff in our community are in favor of a sales tax increase if it's dedicated to K-12 funding. So hopefully you will use your authority and your powers to generate revenue to help balance this budget while we look into diversifying other economic revenue options in our state. Thank you. And I will stand for questions, but my board chair also has a statement.
Okay. Questions for Superintendent Chalk? I don't see any, so I guess we're ready for your board chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don Lamborn, longtime board member here in Lincoln 1. I'm going to redefine brief because I'm good at it. I think when we look at these, in a different light, we've said these models should be funding districts at a higher level, but from an appreciation and trying to spin it in a positive note, I would say it's put us in the position of being efficient and using the block grants in the best way possible for each individual district. And I'm one that doesn't believe in making cuts just to make cuts, but I do believe in making cuts to be efficient. So I think we have accomplished that. Between 61 and 89, and my thoughts are kind of intertwined between the two. I think there's a lot of components that would be of benefit to keep. Of course, 89 has everything I don't want cut. But from this morning, I think if we redirect some revenues, it would make it very palatable to pass the 1% increase in sales tax or whatever number you want to put with it. I think if people saw that the legislature shifted something in the funding, it would get a lot of buy-in from the constituency of the state. The only thing I would add, I guess, in order to keep it is, a lot of things are community oriented with the schools. Our activities are the backbone of communities. That's the gathering place. I do see these cuts, if they go through as proposed, would mean that we can finally throw it back as no buck for the bang. I think we've proved up on putting education in a position where we are achieving and are ranking high within the nation. Thank you for your time.
Questions for Chairman Lamborn. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And they're kind of my adopted district, so I travel down there once in a while. I enjoy visiting with them. And my question's for Don. So we legislators make a tough vote on a tax. Are you school board members going to go out and spread the word that that's the right thing to do? Or is it going to be are we going to be lone gunning this deal? Because that's really what it boils down to is there the will in the legislature and is there the will in the communities to really support a sales tax or whatever it is for education? I mean, that's what it's going to come down to. Is there any support in the communities? And Don, I think you guys are forefront in that. I can pick on you a little because I know you. And so I am.
Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Representative Summers. I guess, when you made that question, Margaret Thatcher's comment on what, I just lost my train of thought, sorry. Consensus. Margaret Thatcher's statement on consensus where everybody buys in came to mind, and I'm not a big consensus fan, but I'm willing to support what, when Wyoming School Board Association come out and proposed that would we stand behind an increase in 1%. I'm willing to sell that to the community and take the beat up in this community if there are those opposed to it. And I know that, when you run for the legislature, I think the first commitment they want is a pledge not to increase taxes and vote for marijuana use. Maybe it's changed a little bit. I'm not sure that it has, but I would support it. And I think, like I said, if you were to redirect a little revenue, I can say, well, the legislature went halfway, so why can't we meet them? And there's always the component too, of tourism contributes a lot of that, and it's not state people necessarily funding a sales tax 100%. Hopefully that answers it a little bit, Albert. Thank you.
Representative Summers, did you have a follow-up?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to thank Don and thank him for letting me pick on him. And I totally agree on the revenue flows. I think we need to show the state of Wyoming we're willing to spend some of our savings, we're willing to redirect some flows, and we're willing to tax to solve this problem. I don't think it needs to be a one-size-fits-all solution. So I do appreciate you guys, and thank you for your testimony.
Representative Harshman, I think I saw your hand up. Did you pull it down? Okay, he said he's okay. Any other questions from the committee? Looks like we're finished. Thank you very much for your testimony, both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, who do we have up next?
Mr. Chairman, I have promoted Jed Ciarelli.
Hello, Jed. How are you this afternoon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very well, thank you.
Please introduce yourself. Tell us who you represent, and we're ready to hear your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jed Ciarelli, Finance Director with Laramie County School District 1. Understanding that you have a number of individuals who would probably like to testify, and in an effort not to be redundant, I'll be very, very brief. I would just start by saying that similar to others who have testified, our district has made cuts to programs, staff, compensation, a number of areas over the past few years, and we're working diligently with our stakeholders to determine what the potential reductions this session will mean for our district going forward. But maybe one area to emphasize or to discuss today is as you contemplate amendments to House Bill 61 and House Bill 89, we would urge you to maintain the block grant model and avoid adding new requirements that would cause school districts to experience further financial stress through new mandates or restrictions on the use of block grant funds. Now, not unlike some of the other districts you heard from today, we use block grant resources to supplement things like nutrition services programs, school safety programs such as school resource officers and other areas. But maybe just as a little bit of a different example from an operational perspective, our district currently employs roughly 8 fewer central office administrators than what we're allocated through the funding model. So we utilize that roughly $2 million in savings to employ additional central office support positions in areas like human resources, risk management, technology, and certainly financial services. But what maybe is a little bit unique to our district is our ability to employ staff members who act as our procurement specialists for the school district. So by having these dedicated staff members for procurement, we're able to gain cost savings for everything from routine supplies to fixtures, furniture, equipment. And those savings far outweigh the costs to compensate those staff members. And again, just to emphasize that ability for our school district to make those decisions comes with the flexibility of a block grant that allows us to deploy those resources in a way that supports our local needs and priorities. And Mr. Chairman, like I said, I promised to keep it brief, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ciarelli. Looks like Representative Summers has a question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I know Jed too, so I I can ask him some questions. So Jed, a common theme I hear, and I'll just be flat out honest, I particularly hear it with concerns in your district. And that is that admin, and particularly at the superintendent's level, is top heavy. And you're the only large district in the state. You know, Natrona is large, but probably not near as large as yours. So, you know, there's discussion going on around, I've heard included me, is what if we bifurcate the block grant and we make it so you can't fund admin at levels that seem, I guess, excessive to the public. If I get one complaint out of the public, it's that admin is overfunded and that there appears to be too much administration and they're too highly paid. So I'm just going to throw it right at you and tell me why we shouldn't bifurcate or why we shouldn't cap superintendent salaries or business manager salaries. And why is this perception in Wyoming growing and not reducing?
Mr. Ciccarelli, he didn't throw you a softball, did he?
Mr. Chairman, he certainly did not. Representative Summers. So I would start by saying that the example of how we've used the flexibility of some of the different areas in the model is a prime example. More specific to your point about central office salaries, the compensation level for our central administrative staff, not all of our administrators make more than what the funding model provides. As a matter of fact, there are some of us who make significantly less than what the funding model allocates. We do compensate based on what the market pressures demand. I would tell you that our superintendent's current salary level is less as a percentage basis than what our teachers make in comparison to the funding model. Just to give you an example, our teachers on average make 15% more than the funding model provides. Our superintendent's about 13%. Now, as you know, the funding model contemplates variables such as education and experience. LSO staff has done a great job of explaining how that process works. If you consider where the ECAs would put the model salaries for positions like our superintendent, it's much closer than that 13% if they would have been sustained over the years. Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I would tell you that our compensation levels are in an effort to make sure that we attract and retain the best and the brightest. And as one of the largest school districts in the state, we don't just compete with Laramie 2 and Albany 1, we compete with the Front Range as well. And so there's a lot of pressures on our market salary levels that are dictated more than just the funding model. And I hope that helps address the questions, Mr. Chairman, and happy to address some more.
Okay, further questions? Follow up, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I'm glad you brought up that point of your superintendent's salary being very close to just over the model of what teacher salaries are. So in fact, I've even thought of that amendment, is to say that the superintendent's salary can't go over the model any higher than the average teacher salary goes over the model. And at some point, this is going to get addressed, I suspect, even if it results in an individual bill. But I know there's more and more of a clamor for this, and I don't know what the answer is. Maybe you'll dodge the bullet again, but I still think this is an issue that's going to have to be addressed, because the perception out there is that there's too many overfunded admin. And so just to give that food for thought, what a reasonable solution might be if there is such a thing. And I know we don't like to take anything outside the block grant. I think we've actually put more inside the block grant since I've been in the legislature, because we did reduce funding. And so we wanted to give more flexibility. But I think if this issue is not addressed by districts, it's going to end up being addressed by the legislature.
Okay, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Summers, let me just start by, I like that idea as a bill draft, and I would even consider it not just a percentage in relation to teachers, but even some of the other staff, be it groundskeeper, custodian, secretaries, things along those lines. That makes sense to me. And I think that, honestly, our constituents can understand that as well, because that really is kind of the word on the street is bloated administrator salaries. So that seems reasonable to me. But my question for Mr. Ciccarelli is, given what you just told us, I am curious about turnover in Laramie County 1, and that turnover concerns me, honestly. We're not keeping our best teachers. We're not kind of keeping a good culture within schools by having those that have a long tenure and commitment. So I am curious about if you've seen changes in terms of your turnover in the past period of time.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, anecdotally speaking, I can tell you that before I joined the district, our district was able to attract individuals and applicants from other districts, and as a matter of fact, from the Front Range, as I mentioned earlier. We have seen less response to vacancies, in particular hard to fill positions like special education, school psychologists, and other areas where a lot of districts struggle to find qualified applicants. But we have seen some of those changes. As a matter of fact, for a number of years, our district tried to incentivize retention through a retention bonus program, and due to the constricting resources as a district, we've stepped back those programs and are eliminating them in some instances. So we have lost some of the tools because of austerity measures that we've used to try to attract and retain staff. But we are seeing a shift, a difference in the way we are able to attract people for vacancies.
Okay, follow up?
That's good.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Ciccarelli? I don't see any. It looks like it's nearly 3 o'clock, so I think it'd be appropriate to take about a 13-minute break. So we're going to recess until 10 minutes after 3. Okay, see you in a few minutes. Looks like we're gaining anyway. We're still missing a few people. Hopefully we'll get started here in the next few minutes.
Chairman Paxton.
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, what happens if the testimony takes you clear to 5 o'clock and nothing gets moved on the bill? Does this discussion pick up again later, or how does that work, sir?
We have a hard break at 5 o'clock, and we'll, wherever we are, that's when we're going to break, but we will hopefully have an opportunity to move the bill before then, and then we would just table the bill. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, the speaker set it up where we can run past 5, but probably not past 6.
Well,
at your discretion.
I did promise Representative Nyman that we would got some things going, and we promised him, and I think it's not fair to our staff to go longer than that. I think if we can't accomplish it in 8 hours, I think our efficiency goes downhill very quickly after that. So I think we're going to take the hard break at 5 o'clock, no matter where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I appreciate that very much, Chairman Paxton. I've got a town hall meeting. I got to meet with a bunch of people, and they'll all be sitting there waiting for me to show up.
Yeah, well, we'll make sure you get there. Okay, before we do get started, I'd just like to say that, I would really like to have us wrap up this public testimony very quickly. Again, I would appreciate brevity. We have some people that have been waiting in the wings here to bring a couple of amendments, and I know there are some other amendments coming in from the committee. I certainly would like to have us be able to move this bill and work through some of these amendments before the 5 o'clock deadline hits. So testimony, as brief as you can possibly be, would certainly be appreciated. So with that, we will resume, call back to order. And Clarissa, who do we have next on our list?
Mr. Chairman, we have Jason Costin up next, and he is in the meeting. He just needs to turn on his video.
Okay. Jason, if you would turn on your video and audio, we're ready for you.
The audio seems to be working, but whenever I try to start the video, it says the host has stopped it.
Well, maybe the hostess can fix that. There you are. We see you now. All right, Jason, go ahead. Introduce yourself. Tell us who you represent.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Just first want to say thank you for the time you have provided all of us here in the state to express our concerns about this bill. And just thank you for the time. My name is Jason Costin, and I am a special education teacher in Laramie. I live in Wyoming. I have family in Wyoming and plan to raise my children here in Wyoming. I love the life that we have here, and part of what we're able to provide our children here is amazing educational opportunities. I am against House Bill 61, school finance recalibration. I would recommend that you consider other measures to balance our state's budget besides cutting our schools' finances by $100 million, because it will jeopardize our children's education and futures. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought many issues to our state, and one of those issues is our students' education. Students missed close to 3 months of school in 2020. Students are struggling academically and emotionally because of this. Our schools are an important tool that will help our kids get back on track. Taking $100 million out of our education budget will make this close to impossible, because our students will not have the support that they need due to increased student to teacher ratios, lack of materials, and lack of services to help them, such as tutoring. Our students are an important part of our state's future, such as our economy. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, local school districts typically struggle to make up for major state funding cuts on their own. So the cuts have led to job losses, which deepened the recession and slowed the economy's recovery. They have also impeded important state education reform initiatives at a time when producing workers with high-level technical and analytical skills is increasingly important to the country's prosperity. I encourage you to look at different revenues to balance our state's budget, such as increasing our sales tax by 1 penny, which would do much to fill in the gap needed to balance our budget. I think you should also look into methods for further taxing tourism in the state, such as increasing our hotel tax. I also encourage you to enact a state income tax for people who are making an income of $150,000 or more. I believe that Wyomingites will make this type of sacrifice for our students to receive a good education. I teach here in Wyoming partly because of its strong educational system and the support it gives students. Not every state offers what we do to its children. I want to work in a place that embodies what I believe. With enough support and encouragement, every student can succeed. We should not pull this away right when students need it most. One of the primary reasons is the investment that this state has provided to its educational system for years. We are on the right track. I love teaching and living in this state. I want to be able to retire here, and I know my coworkers feel the same way. Help us stay here by ensuring we can walk into our jobs, helping students here in Wyoming next year. I am asking you not to cut the funding for students, teachers, and our future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committees.
Thank you, Mr. Costin. Questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Who's up next, Clarissa?
Mr. Chairman, Brian Farmer is next.
Okay. Mr. Farmer, good to see you. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I'm doing well, thank you. I hope you're well as well.
Well, go ahead. Let's hear what you have to say.
Mr. Chairman, I am Brian Farmer. I'm the Executive Director of Wyoming School Boards Association. I'd like to begin by thanking you and the members of this committee for your extraordinary patience today. Your ability to sit and take public comment is certainly commendable. Mr. Chairman, Wyoming has always had a great aspiration for education. If you look to the language, starting with our territorial governors, particularly the language of Governor Campbell, Governor Hoyt, Governor Moonlight, all of them talked about education and the importance of education in Wyoming. Governor Campbell, our very first territorial governor, talked about education being the cornerstone of this new state, something we could be proud of. It was state legislatures like you that built a system that we can be proud of. And in fact, Wyoming has a fantastic, wonderful system. Mr. Chairman, I'm the beneficiary of that. Representative Harshman, you said you're a Midwest kid. I'm a Casper kid. Shortly after those days of statehood, my ancestors came to Casper, Wyoming, small businessmen. As a matter of fact, that small little spot on the map of Natrona, where there's a gas station and a general store, was my great-grandfather, my great-grandmother, the postmaster. I benefited from this education system. My children have benefited from this education system. And we've built something now that we must maintain. We must continue to keep what we've got. What we've built, and what you should pay attention to, is that we have a system that is built around a model that is evidence-based. It is cost-based. It was built with the benefit of consultants. You've got great information from those consultants. Chairman Summers, as you sat through that recalibration, and Representative Harshman, Representative Conley, you garnered so much stuff, so many reports. I hope that all carries forward with you into the session. I think about some of the reports of Dr. Stoddard when she talked about salaries, for example. You can go back to the Ogden Palich and Associates report from 2017, 2018. And there's really valuable, good stuff in that. All of that has built a system in Wyoming that achieves results. Wyoming does do best in the West. We do have an education system that does well and that should be getting better. That's something that we are committed to, getting better. But one of the things that I'm most proud of is that this is a system that relies on local governance, that the people closest to the education system, those school board trustees, are the ones that are asked to govern the system. Mr. Chairman, just like you and the members of this committee, I braved those elections, stood up for public election to be a school board member. And I was fortunate to be chosen to serve my community as a school board member. 11,000 plus of my closest friends cast ballots for me to be that school board member, and I got to do that several times. Now, over the last 7 years, I've changed my address. After Casper, we went to Laramie as a family, then we moved to Cheyenne. Now my address is just Wyoming. I have the good fortune of going to all of your communities and visiting the great schools across the state of Wyoming and seeing that local governance of this system. Mr. Chairman, I think today you had a master class from Professors Richards, Wilmarth, and Anderson in the structural deficit, in the situation we find ourselves in today. So I really won't cover that more, but I think there were some very good things that they talked about. And I think it boils down to there are choices. There are choices for this legislature to make, for this committee to make, and for Wyoming to make about the future that we want. What is it that we want for our future? I know that our Wyoming past is much to be proud of. I know that our Wyoming present is resilient, and I think our Wyoming future is hopeful, which really, Mr. Chairman, brings us to House Bill 61. And House Bill 61 provides a vehicle for a path forward. And I think there are some tough choices for you as a committee, because there are multiple ways, as Mr. Richards talked about how do we address the path forward. And in his presentation, he shared a number of options. We will point again to the white paper authored in December of 2016 by members of the Education Committee as a path to solve the education funding deficit. Mr. Chairman, it truly is an artifact of the structure that we have chosen. We could have picked a different revenue source to pay for education. If we picked for a different revenue source to pay for education, we may or may not be talking about a structural deficit. The structural deficit simply means that traditional revenue sources no longer meet our current expected expenditures. So we have choices to make about what to do about that. And that white paper gives us options. So some of the options that have been on the table, things like cuts, and I appreciate Representative Brown pointing to the 2017 cuts, because that was the last time school boards had some real tough, serious discussions about what are we going to do to balance our budgets. Other choices we have, of course, are shifting of revenues. As Representative Summers pointed out, the use of reserves. And the one that Wyoming has been a little reluctant to talk about is that option of revenue. I hope that that is the vehicle forward, Mr. Chairman, because I think all of the stories you've heard today are talks about a $100 million cut. $100 million cut in light of a $300 million structural deficit. What if we were 3 times this bad? And what if we tried to solve all of this just with cuts? Can you imagine the Wyoming that we would have then? If cuts were the only answer, what would we have? And I think today starts to paint that picture that the total solution has to be more than just cuts. I've shared with the committee a memorandum that Wyoming School Boards Association provided to the recalibration committee in December of last year. Our memorandum shares a resolution passed by the Wyoming School Boards Association's delegate assembly supporting a sales tax as one possible measure for solving that revenue conundrum. Now, we've said we're not tax experts, so we don't know if that's the best way. As a matter of fact, I think the best way might be something that is somewhat complex. And I hope that this legislature will really look at how do we solve the problem, not solve part of the problem, but how do we really solve the problem going forward? And I think revenue has to be a part of that discussion. So our hope is that you think about that revenue, and our hope is that you think about the sales tax, the 1 penny sales tax. That may be the right path forward, but there may be other better paths forward as well that include a revenue measure. We've pointed out some of the things that we think are important in a sales tax, things such as others beyond Wyoming residents paying for a portion of that, the immediacy of recognizing the revenue from the sales tax. So I think there are certainly benefits to that. I think you will talk about amendments either today or into the future. And as you talk about those amendments, the tough balance versus what's in House Bill 61 right now, House Bill 61 really endeavored, how do we treat districts the same? And so the mechanism that's in there right now is an attempt at an equitable approach. It's an attempt to say, let's give every district something that is predictable and that treats all districts the same way. That's kind of tough to say, is that the right way? I don't know. I know that some of the amendments that are out there take the more traditional approach of looking at components, a component-based approach to cuts. Many of those component-based approaches will have disparate impact on Wyoming districts. We will see a different result in different districts because of the way the formula plays out. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess what I'm really asking is that as we proceed through this, that we continue to have careful discussions about exactly how to approach any cuts that you deem appropriate, that you do insist that revenue be a part of this. And I guess the last thing that I'd like to share with you is the memo that we sent to you today as well on one possible approach for how to use that 1 penny plan moving forward, how to restructure the Wyoming sales tax so that a penny does not threaten local governments. I think you may hear some concerns about, well, that's nice if education wants a penny, but what does that do to local governments that rely on sales tax for their revenues? In the memorandum, what we suggest is that in addition to the 4 pennies statewide, you do add 1 penny that is dedicated specifically for education. So that makes the statewide 5 pennies. There is a limit on local pennies that's currently in law. Right now, that limit is 3. We encourage you to keep it at that 3. But we encourage a little bit of thought into how that imposition of taxation happen. Those are local taxes made by local folks. And our suggestion is that you allow local governing bodies greater authority in making those decisions. So they are accountable to the people that elect them. We think that there are ways for both local governing bodies to make those decisions as well as local voters, but keeping that same 3 penny limit on the local side. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to address any questions about the memorandum that we shared with you or any questions you might have going forward. I do hope that if you talk about amendments, there are opportunities to talk about those. I would reserve any comments about administrators or other component-based approaches until a future time.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Questions from the committee? All right, Clarissa, how many people do we actually have with hands up that are waiting to testify? 4, looks like.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have 4 folks who have their hand raised.
Okay, and once again, I'm going to ask you to be very, very brief. We're up against the clock right now, and I certainly would like to get us to the point where we can work some of these amendments that we have proposed. So with that, we're going to move forward in brevity. So it looks like Jeremiah's up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of Wyoming's County Commissioners. And Mr. Chairman, I will take that charge seriously and keep my comments as brief as I possibly can. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the WCCA doesn't tend to involve itself in education issues all that often. Today my testimony is focused on the tax provisions of the bill before you, which drives our opposition. To describe the issue for us, I want to outline the state's current sales and use tax framework. Mr. Farmer pointed on this, but I want to go a little bit more in depth. Currently, the state imposes 4 cents statewide. 3 additional pennies can be added to that imposition at the local level, again, subject to the 7 cent overall cap, subject to voter approval. And that can be done through a variety of options. There's the general purpose, which can be up to 2 cents in half-cent increments. There's the specific purpose, which can be up to 2 cents. There's the economic development option, which can be up to 1 cent in quarter-cent increments. And just last year, you passed and approved for the municipal purpose option, which can be up to 1 cent in quarter-cent increments. Let me give you a little bit about the county landscape. Currently, 21 of 23 counties impose the 1 cent general purpose tax. The 2 counties that don't are Sublette and Park. Park County voters rejected that imposition just this past November. 13 of the 23 counties impose a 1 cent specific purpose tax. Those specific purpose taxes come and go with collections. And within the last year, we've had actually 4 counties that have dropped off that tax. So within the last year, we've had 17 of 23 with a specific purpose tax. Currently, as it sits today, we have 1 county that has an economic development fractional penny in place. That's Goshen County with a quarter penny. Fremont County will actually become the second when their half-cent tax becomes effective just next month. At current historic, no county has ever approved an imposition above 6 cents, and that's an important data point here. We have had a number of counties that have attempted. Teton County, which you might consider to be tax friendly, actually rejected a move to go to a 7th penny just this past November. So if the state were to impose a 1 cent sales and use tax for education, based on our current environment, at least 17 counties would, 1, be beyond historic election limits. In other words, beyond that 6 cent threshold. And 2, would reach the current 7 cent overall cap, making null and void other available county options. What does that mean? That means we risk local services, things like transportation, human services, law enforcement, judicial, public works, things that my members are responsible for providing in all of your communities. Therefore, for my members to remove their opposition, any sales and use tax option must, 1, protect county options or provide more certainty and guarantees. And 2, it must raise the available cap at least 1 cent so that we can retain that 3 cent option at the county level. The WCCA has discussed options with the School Boards Association and the Association of Municipalities. Mr. Farmer presented one of those favorable options for us today. I will close by saying that whatever happens, the WCCA will remain engaged and will be a productive partner in addressing these and other funding issues. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for respecting our time limit, Mr. Ryman. Questions from the committee? I'm sure we'll have some later. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ryman, for your testimony. Who do we have up next, Clarissa?
Mr. Chairman, we have David Frazier next.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Frazier, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your time, and I assume you can hear me just fine.
Yes, please introduce yourself. Tell us who you represent.
Thank you. For the record, David Frazier, Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. As Mr. Riemann just indicated, this is a committee I don't often appear before, so I appreciate your time. I'm sensitive to your time, and I'll mind my time. I will mention off the top that I am a product of the Crook County School District, and I am married to a teacher. So I certainly have some understanding and certainly some sympathy toward the difficult task ahead of you. And I just the reason I'm here, if you haven't guessed already, is although that I have those other loyalties, I am here representing cities and towns. And Mr. Riemann from the County Commissioners Association did a pretty good job characterizing what our concerns are. We certainly want to see you guys be able to solve the puzzle for the schools. We absolutely want to see that happen, and we'd like to be to the greatest degree a part of helping that happen. We do, however, wish to see that doesn't happen at the expense of local governments who presently depend on those various sales taxes that were reviewed both by Mr. Farmer and Mr. Riemann. To that end, we support either the recommendation of Mr. Farmer or some other solution that would help you get the funding squared away that you need to for the schools, while at the same time helping if possible, and at the very least not hurting local government financing options. With that, again, anything else I say I think would be redundant of the prior two speakers. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll just stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Questions from the committee? Don't see anything. Thank you again for your brevity. Who else do we have on board? Clarissa?
Mr. Chairman, we have Jay Curtis next.
Okay. Hello, Jay. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Jay Curtis, Superintendent, Park County School District number 1 in Powell. I'd like to thank you, first of all of you, for your patience today and for all the work that you've done this year. Particularly like to thank the members that were on the recalibration committee. I know how arduous that task was as well. I will be as brief as possible. I'm going to start by saying, in being brevity, I agree very much with Brian Farmer's testimony. I agree very much with Mike Hamill's testimony, and really most of the people that have gone before them. I just want to touch on a couple of points. First of all, when I became a superintendent, 2010 in Wyoming, Wyoming was at or near the top in teacher salaries when compared to cost of living. At that time, we had droves and droves and droves of people coming in from out of state who wanted to be teachers in Wyoming. I recently spoke to a college class here at Northwest College and did a little bit of research. We've now fallen to 23rd in the nation when you compare teaching salaries to cost of living. $100 million cut will only serve to erode that further, and in almost immediate fashion, because the first thing that most districts are going to do, one of the tools in our tool belt, is to freeze salaries. If we freeze our salaries when other states continue to rise, then we'll just fall further and further behind. That will only serve to make it much, much more difficult to find great teachers. And I know it's been said, but I'm going to say it again. Teachers are the single greatest classroom-based determinant of student success. If you don't have the best teachers in the classroom, and if you're not growing those teachers, you're going to fall behind, and our kids will be the ones that suffer. Second thing that I'd like to address just really quick and briefly is particularly the discussion surrounding administrator pay. I'm not going to talk about superintendent's pay. That would be self-serving, but I am going to come on here and certainly defend my principals, my business manager, my assistant superintendent, all the administrators that we have in our buildings. We've all said, I've heard many of you say we believe in local control. Well, we can't say that when it's to our convenience and then decide that it's not going to be local control when it comes to certain things that we don't like. Believe me, school boards, and when I'm setting salaries for my principals, assistant superintendents, I'm trying to find the best and brightest there too, because while just, I guess to back up for a second, in the last 2 decades, we have quietly built one of the best school systems in the country. And the way that we've built that is by funding at high levels to find the very best people. We found the very best teachers, but I will also tell you that that has served to find the very best principals and the very best business managers and the very best assistant superintendents. And without them, without that support system for my teachers, they can't operate at the high level that they do. So I would encourage you to maintain the block grant fully, maintain the block grant, let local school boards be the ones that defend how much they're paying principals and business managers. It should be their decision. It should not be the legislature's decision. Our school board, they're elected to make those decisions, and by golly, they'll stand behind them. They don't need the legislators' protection on that. And lastly, I think that when it comes to this $100 million cut, I'm not naive enough to think that we're not going to face cuts this year. In fact, I fully believe that we will. And Powell, like every other district in this state, is fully preparing for some cuts. But I would encourage this, and risk sounding like a broken record from everyone else today, I am just encouraging you to minimize cuts and do everything you possibly can to diversify the revenue. We've ridden the back of minerals long enough. The boom and bust cycle has served us well. However, it also in some ways hasn't. We're always having these conversations. Every couple of years, we have to fight and claw and scratch, and that creates such emotion and stress within. It trickles clear down to the classroom. This isn't something that just the superintendent misses sleep at night. This is something that our teachers are severely worried about what's going to happen to them. And so I would just encourage you to do everything in your power. I'd like the question to be what kind of Wyoming do we want to have? And what kind of Wyoming do we want our kids to have? Without education, a high quality education, which is the very bedrock that we stand on for all future great economies in Wyoming, we need to do everything that we can to preserve what we've so bitterly fought for over the last 2 decades. What has taken a couple decades to build can truly take only a few years to destroy. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Sorry for the interruption. I had someone beating on my door. Any questions for Superintendent Curtis from the committee? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Larissa, how many more people do we have waiting for us?
Chairman Paxton, this is Donna filling in for Clarissa. She stepped out for a moment. We have one more person with their hand up, Carrie Murphy. Would you like me to admit Ms. Murphy?
Yes, please. There you are. Ms. Murphy, bring us home.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to address the committee, for listening to all of the testimony today. I know it's been a long day for you. My name is Carrie Murphy, a concerned mom of 2 kids. My youngest started kindergarten this year. My oldest here is in 3rd grade, and if it pleases the committee, we would like to give this testimony together. As a parent, I have deep concerns about further cuts to education. It would mean eliminating key supports for teachers. It would mean larger class sizes. It would mean devastating cuts to mental health services and supports in schools. It would also mean cutting numerous programs and sports teams and specials, which is devastating to any community. Those extracurricular activities and specials and sports teams, those help shape kids' characters and teach them as much as the core coursework. These cuts would also mean that after the most difficult year of teaching through a pandemic that has tested teachers' resilience and morale, teachers would have even more stress and strain because those supports will have been eliminated and because of those larger class sizes. And it would mean a serious blow to morale. What teacher feels valued after they have seen their colleagues lose their jobs and seen their professional development and their supports eliminated? Our teachers and school staff have put in heroic efforts this year. They have gone so far above and beyond in order to keep schools open, to keep classrooms safe, and ensure that kids still have a fun and supportive learning environment, even if they are masked and in the midst of a pandemic. As a parent, this has been a saving grace in a difficult year. The thought of some of those heroic teachers and school staff losing their jobs next year is unfathomable. Wyoming must look at new sources of revenue to adequately fund education. I fully support a penny sales tax, as has been suggested. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I wanted to keep my comments brief today. My 9-year-old would like to speak briefly as well. Are there any objections from the committee?
No objections. In fact, that's very welcome. Good way to end the day for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Chayton Murphy. I am 9 years old. I am in 3rd grade at Indian Paintbrush Elementary School. All of my classes and teachers are important and work really hard. I think if you cut education funding, we might lose some specials like art, gym, music, or library. Or we might lose programs like the DLI program. Some of my teachers might lose their jobs. I think school will not be fun anymore. I am in the dual language immersion program, and I like it because it is helping me learn a new language. Did you know I can do multiplication and division problems in Spanish? Special teachers are really important too. They make school fun and help us learn in different ways. When I go to the middle school and high school, I really want to be in the school plays. I love to dance and sing and act. I also love to run, and I want to be on the track team. I think if you cut school funding, those things might get cut. I would be okay with paying 1 penny from each dollar I spend to go to education. I'd rather pay the penny instead of losing so many important programs or seeing my teachers lose their jobs. I think you should do a penny tax. Thank you.
Wow. Very well done. In fact, I think maybe I should borrow her to go around and talk to some of my constituents who are very reluctant to support that taxation. I don't know if there could be a more compelling argument than that. So extremely well done, well prepared. Questions or comments from the committee? Yes, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just Carrie was a former student of mine at UW, actually a graduate student a million years ago, Chayton. And I think you underplayed one element. Your mom was a really gifted runner. But right now I want to know, can you beat your mom running?
Oh, he doesn't need to answer that question. The answer is yes. He actually has a running streak going. He's run every single day so far this year.
Well, congratulations, and what wonderful testimony to both of the Murphys. Thank you so much for being here. It was very meaningful.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? What a great way to end our testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like somebody else has raised their hand as well.
Oh, we do have someone else. Okay. Who would that be, Clarissa?
Mr. Chairman, Casey Pate is up next.
Okay. Casey?
Yes, Chairman Paxton, thank you for this opportunity and members of the Education Committee.
Casey, would you turn your video on so we can see you, please?
Yes, sir. Okay.
There we are.
Hi, I'm kind of nervous, but thank you for this time and opportunity. I am a non-traditional college student, and I'm also on the Student Senate for Northwest College in Powell, Wyoming. And I would just like to express the impacts that these cuts could potentially be making in my community. My college alone is facing 24.5 educators cuts in their position. Also, the child care center at my college, it's been tabled, but we might be losing that. And the Spanish program. Looking at August 2020, Wyoming estimated tax capacity in the LSO, there is potential for, it would be a tax increase, but to potentially raise funding for education, or the 1 cent tax, which was spoken about earlier. I'm a medical student, and last year I did Surge Tech, and right at the end of my program, we experienced disruptions, and it was really disruptions with everything, but I was not allowed to fulfill my surgical cases. And it took a lot to just continue on, you know. I can go back and revisit that program. But with childcare and the Spanish program, there's funding available federally for these two programs. The last year has been, well, we all know it's been difficult. It's been an adjustment. But if you look out on the people's faces in the community, you know, they're just heartbroken and scared. And I just wanted to have a few minutes of your time to say something. Also, before I leave you today, I would like you to remember that communities are built around schools and education. And that really is the heart of the community, whether it be higher education or preschool, elementary, special ed. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the committee for Ms. Pate? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think with that, we're going to end public comment. We're running out of time very quickly here. I'm not sure exactly how we want to proceed from here. Ordinarily, we'll get a motion from the committee and start working the bill.
Move the bill.
Okay, move the bill. Is there a second? Moved by Summers, seconded by Brown. Ordinarily, we would probably go page by page through this thing, but I think we have some people waiting in the wings on amendments. So what's your pleasure? Mr. Representative Summers, did you have a comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's just my suggestion. We're obviously not going to get through this, and I think it's most important that we get conceptual amendments. So as the two representatives that are going to bring potential amendments before us, I think if they talk in detail, but just broad terms, not page this, page that, but tell us what their amendment does, with some specificity without going into that, then we can hopefully make some motions that are conceptual, and then in the end, we're going to have to clean this up and then take a look at it when it's clean. But that's certainly my suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
And I appreciate that. Anyone else have any other ideas that would be different than that? Okay, with that, let's bring in Representative Hallinan. Dr. Hallinan, I trust you've.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I trust you've listened to the extensive discussion that we've had, and that you heard what Representative Summers just said, that we're looking probably at not so much detail as a conceptual amendment. So if you would like to proceed and explain to us what your amendment's all about, I think we can move forward.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I sent out a copy of the amendment to all the members that I had put together by the LSO. Just to give you a conceptual discussion, it discusses a cut of $49.4 million from the school guarantee. And it would implement the following changes. It would eliminate the funding for instructional facilitators. It reduced the student activity funding by 50%. It would reduce by 10% the money for the administrative offices. It would reduce the professional development days associated with salaries being 5 days from 10. The current is 10 days now. And finally, it would eliminate the external cost adjustment for the non-professional staff. And the reason that I picked these items is that I think the administrators are the areas of greatest concern to the public and to the teachers I heard from. They think the pay, the money that is going to for administration could be cut. So I have a 10% cut there. Then as to the facilitators, I think they have already been cut in total by many districts around the state because they're not believed to be needed. And I don't think they're needed either. So they are cut completely. Finally, the cuts in activities, 50% of the activity part of the guarantee. I believe that those cuts are the appropriate place to cut because I don't believe that we want to leave it up to the school boards to cut teacher pay, to cut classrooms, to cut the other items that are very important that were discussed by the folks here today. I don't think we need to allow them to close schools based on this. So I think the activities are something that they need to look at cutting. Campbell County now spends $3.7 million per year on activities, and the school guarantee is only $2.3 million a year. So you can see they're spending more on activities and they're taking it out of areas that are important to the education of our kids. And finally, the number of days per school year. 185 days, I think, includes 10 days of professional development. That was put into place in the year 2006. Before, it was 5 days. And I'm saying that we should cut it back to 5 days. This would cost our teachers 2.7% of their of their income. However, they would not have to pay to serve more time in the classroom. They would get the same amount of pay for the same amount of, for this lower amount of time. So I think that's an appropriate cut. I don't think any of these cuts are going to affect our kids in any significant way. And I think they are the ones that we should guarantee in the amounts that I picked. Now, if the school district wants to pay more for activities, they can take it out of other areas that they think they should do. It's still up to them. But I think that these are items that we need to point in the direction of where we need our schools to go. And finally, I've got a new item in this amendment, the part where I take out the sales tax. I don't think it's necessary for us to have sales tax. 113 million a year goes to the school districts. And what I do believe we do need some tax increase. And I've selected the other item in property tax, all other class. That is the class that all of us pay. All of us pay into the, pay that by 9 mills. I would raise the all other side of the taxes by 9 mills. And that would generate 70 million a year that could be used for, it would be used for schools only, that's 70 million. And I think that is appropriate that we would not raise sales tax. Sales tax is also paid by our mineral industry. About 8 million a year is paid into the sales tax by these entities. And they are in trouble right now, and I don't want to raise tax on them. In the Revenue Committee, we hear that the state is overtaxing the amount of money by taxing industry further, by taxing the mineral industry. And I don't want to do that now. I think we would more appropriately apply this tax to the homeowners. Our homeowners in this state, I've received the same amount of postcards that the rest of you have received. And in those cards, they say they don't mind paying more tax. Well, I think it's appropriate that the homeowners of the state would pay more tax and less money would be relied upon from the mineral industry. So the amount of tax increase that 9 mills would generate is $171 on a $200,000 house. So it would only be $171 for everyone around our state. And the commercial industry would also pay a similar 9 mills. I don't know. I think that would not be 9 mills on the value of a commercial enterprise. So that is my bill, and that is the amendment that I've proposed for you all to consider to House Bill 61. I would remind you that House Bill 61 raises the amount of cut by $100 million per year. This tax or this cut would only be $49 million. And I think that it is more appropriate that in the long run, we're going to have to come up with a lot of money in the future. But I think this is about all that we can afford to do this year. I don't think we should raise tax in an excessive amount. And I don't think that we should cut our schools by an excessive amount. This is only a 3% cut. And that compares with a 10 or 15% cut that we're doing in the rest of state government. So it's a very small cut relative to that. And I think we can afford it in our schools if we do those cuts in the areas that I have listed. And I don't think we'll have to suffer in terms of what our kids get in their education by passing this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do appreciate the opportunity to listen to all the testimony today, which I did, and I was very impressed with it. And I was also very happy to come forward with this amendment, and I appreciate your effort in working on these bills. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. What's the pleasure of the group? Representative Brown.
Just a quick question, if I could, Mr. Chairman, to Representative Hallinan. Representative, I really, I appreciate
Representative
your
Brown, you're
sentiment
freezing up.
on, as well as, but I don't understand the thing. I am sorry, I'm breaking up, aren't I?
Yes, you are.
I am not understanding the purpose of making these cuts and still providing this as a block grant and providing this as a block grant and allowing the district to do this, because nothing stops the district from doing what they wish with the money. So can you help me understand what the difference would be if we cut this versus cutting just a 50 million across the board?
Representative Hallinan, did you get most of that?
I think I did, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you for that question, Mr. Representative Brown. I think that the school districts need some direction in how to make their cuts. I think just saying a 6% cut, as is in House Bill 61, leaves it open to cutting any place. I think they need to have some sign of courage from the legislature where they think the cuts ought to be made. And that's what this House Bill 89 is all about. It's to show that we have the courage to say that these items are the items that we think could be cut, and give that direction to our school districts and let them work on it. They might not agree. I agree. They might make a different bunch of cuts than we have made, but at least we have made our decision. And we've also made our decision about a tax increase in this amendment. I think it's appropriate that we look at that we have a tax increase at this time to show that we have the courage to both cut and tax at the same time. So with that in mind, that's why I'm in favor of doing it with these listed items of cuts, because I think the legislature needs to show some courage that this is what we would cut if it were up to us. So thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Representative Summers, I see your hand up.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And, you know, just my suggestion is we listen to this amendment, we listen to the next amendment, and then we kind of make some decisions on what we want to act on those amendments. That's just my suggestion. You know, I really appreciate Representative Hallinan's proposal. I think it was thoughtful. You know, the one challenge I see in his proposal on the tax side is it's clearly probably outside the scope. The property tax is probably outside of the scope of this bill. That doesn't mean that we couldn't run a companion bill to do that, you know, but it clearly goes into the title and alters what was clearly a sales tax to a property tax. So I'm not sure that piece of it could reside in this bill, but frankly, I think we're going to have some other companion bills or discuss other companion bills. So I don't think that it's out of line for that suggestion. And Mr. Chairman, I do also appreciate the fact that he wants to retain a block grant and that he just believes that these cuts are to send a message in along the line of what the legislature believes. But I think we ought to listen to the other amendment, and then we ought to take motions after that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Summers. My district was unable to, they had a conflict and were unable to be here. One of my 4 districts anyway, that contacted me. And one of their comments was that, you know, they feel that that the cut may be excessive, but they're willing to, the $100 million cut may be excessive, but they're willing to make some cuts, but they would prefer that they had the opportunity to make those cuts. They made the point that every school district is different and the local control issue came into play. They're very concerned that if we're so prescriptive that it may do more harm to the educational delivery system than is necessary. So, and at the same time, they did say that they were in favor of the 1 cent sales tax, especially if it could be all directed to the to education. So that's testimony from Carbon County School District number 1, who was unable to, due to a conflict, to come and talk. But I think maybe that's a good way to do that, Representative Summers, is you know, if we bring these 2 amendments, if we actually bring them up, then it kind of ties our hands on some other things, and they could be some of that would be in conflict with each other as we proceed forward. So I think I'll take your suggestion at the direction of with the permission of the rest of the committee, and have Representative Simpson, who's now joined us, to present his amendment / bill and explain that to us. So with that, Evan, if you would proceed, we'd appreciate it. Remember, we're doing this kind of conceptually. So.
I understand. Thank you, Chairman Paxton. It's nice to be with all of you today. I'll forego a lot of my persuasive arguments and cut to the chase in the interest of time.
Okay.
You know, I felt for the recalibration committee, not only as they led into their work, was it their responsibility to recalibrate the existing model, but they had the big elephant in the room, and that is the budget crisis. Frankly, it wasn't just in the room, it was standing on their feet, and you're feeling that today too. Wouldn't it be nice to recalibrate with an unlimited checkbook and be able to just really, really put money where we needed it and where the superintendents requested to be put? But that isn't our lot. We're here with a challenge. We've got a structural deficit and we have to respond to it. So here's the calibration committee was there in the room. They had challenged. The governor had requested a 10% cut from the K through 12 environment. And as they listened to testimony, the superintendents expressed the fact that it would be devastating to do a 10% cut in our K through 12 program. They deliberated at length and finally concurred, both the Senate and the House, that a 6.5% cut is what they're going to proceed with. That equated to the $100 million that we've referenced here today. Many of us are concerned that the $100 million lump sum cut based on ADM it is not cost-based, and perhaps, we're not lawyers, but perhaps would be undefensible if it went into a court of law. So this amendment that I'm bringing to you today does not propose any new cuts at all. We are simply earmarking the $100 million and trying to recalibrate. Now, when we say recalibrate, I believe that we owe it to the education community and to our citizens that we make our model as close and near as what we can to what's happening in the field. We respect our superintendents and our school boards. We believe they're making the right decisions on the ground. I really love our block grant program. I like the way we as legislators put a ton of effort into these complicated equations and just beat them all up. And then when we get all done, we write checks to the district and we say to them, make good decisions and spend the money wisely. I think that is brilliant. Every district is unique and every district is making unique decisions based on their specific applications and their teacher skills. So I think we're on the right track. I believe that we need to recalibrate as part of these cuts. And so with that in mind, Clarissa, would you pop up my explanation of my amendment? So again, colleagues, my amendment simply earmarks the $100 million. And there were other components that I could have looked at. But as I listened through the recalibration process and I listened to the superintendents, there seemed to be several components that were really completely off base and were out of whack. So I'm going to walk you through this, but I'm going to say, first of all, look at item A, teacher salaries. That cannot be discussed without item F, class sizes. They're one and the same. The superintendents have testified to us that in order to be able to hire and retain good teachers, they needed essentially to rob money from other categories, and the class sizes clearly crept up in size simply to be able to have the excess money to support the teacher salaries. Now, critics of my proposal, who are also supportive of cutting education deeper than 100 million, have asked the question, why in the world would you start off with a list when you need to cut 100 million? It doesn't make sense to add 55 million to the model right off the bat. And the answer is, I'm trying to do what's right for our system. The superintendents say they have a problem financing and funding our teacher salaries. Let's fix that. If we're recalibrating the model, let's start with A. Now, so I'm proposing that we increase the model salaries by 10%. If you have a look at those numbers, the model salary, average salary right now funds $54,482. That's what we're paying for the average salary. The current salary that is being paid out by our districts is $59,774. That's the average salary in all of our state. So with this increase, then we would be increasing their salaries to $57,364. It's not all the way to 59, but we heard testimony today from one of the business managers. They're paying 13% above the model. We're raising it to 10%. We're getting close. We're not all the way, but we're getting there. So that's going to increase our expenditure by $55 million. Let's drop down to the class sizes, item F then. This is what we discovered when the consultants were teaching us. The model currently provides in grade school a class size of 16, in middle school and high school a class size of 21. The current practice right now in Wyoming, our grade school classes are 19 to 21 kids per class. Our middle school and high school is 21 to 23. The consultants recommended an average size in grade school, an average size of 20 for grade school, and an average class size of 25. So that's an average of four more students per, but I'm not proposing that. I'm proposing we increase the class sizes by 2. So we're taking the class size in grade school up to 18. Bear in mind, that's still less than existing. We currently have 19 to 21 kids in a grade school class. I'm only proposing the model goes up to 18. So I'm not increasing any grade school class sizes, but I am on the model. Middle to high school, we're taking it to 23 with this proposal. So we're going to take away from the model $51 million by doing this increase. You could take it up to by 3 students and you'd still be less than what the consultants are recommending our class sizes should be. But that's my proposals of 21 there. Okay, next let's look at items D and H. Tutors and instructional facilitators. The consultants were really big on these two categories. Their vision of a tutor is and ours too, is a qualified certified teacher. That's what a tutor really is. And they proposed that we almost double and triple the number of tutors. But here's what's happened in the field. The model, we provide for 376 full-time tutors in the state of Wyoming. Interesting enough, the superintendents and school boards are only using 154 of those. So the schools are telling us, A, we can't find certified teachers to be used as tutors, or they're saying we value less qualified people to assist in the classroom. Whatever their explanation is, they're using a significantly fewer FTEs. Now in tutors, this proposal, this amendment increases the number. So the consultant says we should be using more tutors. I'm responding to the consultants and I'm proposing 187 full-time tutors. That's still what, 33 more than what is currently being used in the state. But by trimming the model back, we're saving $16 million. Let's drop down to H, instructional facilitators. Again, the model provides for 135 instructional facilitators or coaches, and we pay that out to statewide to all of our districts. Interesting enough, the districts are only choosing to use 81 of those. They do not value an instructional facilitator. We do because we're paying a higher number. Nevertheless, to try to encourage more facilitators consistent with what the consultants have advised, this proposal allocates 102 facilitators across the state. So we're still above what's currently being proposed or currently used, but we're trimming the number back. That's a $2.8 million savings there. Okay, let's go to item B. Thank you, Clarissa. Teacher contract days. This one was actually brought to me by teachers. They're saying if rather than just cutting our wages, which they're in fear of that's going to happen, they suggested trim back the days we actually have to work and thereby freeing us up so that we can work our summer job longer and generate revenue somewhere else. We trim back the salaries proportionally, but so there are currently 10 days set aside for professional development. I didn't feel strongly to trim that back to 5 or cut that in half, but I did propose that we trim that back by 3 days, and that will save in salaries $9 million. I hope I'm not going too fast for you. Okay, let's go to item E, summer school programs. This one was really a hard one for me, ladies and gentlemen, because we hear consistently the basket of goods and stop piling on us. What can we remove from the basket of goods? And that is really a hard question because we think everything in the basket of goods is legitimate. I mean, we certainly wouldn't pull back the computer science that we just added to the basket of goods. We know how valuable that's going to be. So where do we cut? I sent some feelers out into many districts in the state and asked about the after-school programs. And by and large, the response I received back is that the after school, the evening, paying teachers to stay after work to help with students, that was very beneficial. If a student doesn't understand the Pythagorean theorem on Wednesday, they need to get it by Friday, or otherwise they're going to fall further behind. And so, so they valued the after-school program. The summer school, however, the reports I'm getting back from teachers around the state is that that program is not giving us the return on investment. There's too many times the kids are coming, reporting in, accomplishing what they needed to finish up to get the grade in the class, and then they're dropping out, and then we have a lot of teachers being wasted there. Now, I'm sure that's different in every single district. I'm sure there are very successful summer school programs in some districts. I wouldn't question that, but the feedback I received is we're not getting the bang for the buck. So I'm suggesting if we're going to do one thing out of the basket of goods, that would be the one that we'd pull out. Okay, next, let's go to item C. For those of you that are new, we have a process that if you live in a high rent district, I use that term loosely, if you're in a county and a school district that costs more money to live there, we have this multiplier that we put on the overall grant to send more money to your school district because those teachers have to be paid more in order to pay more rent. The most obvious is Teton County. It's extremely expensive to live there, and so they need a multiplier to make it work. We've had this complicated system. In 2017, the consultants came to us and said, your 2005 hedonic index, wage index, is completely out of date. We need to get rid of that. We'll give you a new one if you want. But the Joint Education Committee rejected that, just left it the way it is. The courts have already opined on the Wyoming Cost of Living Index that it is a legitimate way to identify the cost of living, a regional cost adjustment for those districts that are in high rent, high expense areas. We are currently paying out a significant amount of money to several districts because back in the old equation, it was expensive to live in those areas, but not anymore. And so I'm suggesting we just correct up on that. It'll be painful. There are several districts that'll speak very loudly against this measure, but the fact of the matter is those districts, frankly, have been getting overpayment for years and years, and it's time we just go straight up and deal with it. And let's just get rid of hedonic wage index totally. Okay, we have left item G. Clarissa, you're doing great, thank you. Okay, I think you understand this one, but so what's happening is the state in the model pays a certain amount of money to cover the costs of health insurance premiums for all employees, every employee across the board. We have employees that, for example, spouses that have one policy. We have what's been referred to as ghost employees. If we have fewer employees because of that class size thing that we've been working to pay higher salaries to other employees. And so the bottom line is we're giving the districts a significant amount of money they don't need for health insurance. They're using it to supplement. And I'm not naive. They're using it to supplement other actions and activities in their district. But we've got to put it on the table. If we have to do $100 million cuts, that is a very defensible one in the court of law because we're just simply overpaying for that purpose. So the objective here would be to break it out and reimburse them. And it's reasonable that we would reimburse them at the same rate as what the state employees are being reimbursed and paid for their health insurance. It's an easy number. What is it costing us to pay for state employees' health insurance? Bam, that number is going to go for everyone that participates in this school systems insurance program. Now, here's a caveat. Some school districts are really being wise and they've worked really hard and they have a low cost insurance program that is not costing them as much money. And we don't want to discourage that. That wouldn't be fair to take that away from them. And so the amendment is written that if a school district has a lower cost program than what we're spending on the average state employee, then they get to keep the extra money. More power to them. If they got a great idea, they can keep it, the extra savings. So with that, I need to drop down to footnote number 1. Again, we're listening to the school districts. They're saying that if we have extra money this last year, and many school districts have extra money because of the COVID funds that came into them, and last year we cut back on the school programs, and many districts were able to save money. So they could possibly, many schools districts do have excess funds. Well, at the end of the year, into the fiscal year, we make them return everything that's in excess of 15%. We allow them to retain 15% in a reserve account to carry over. This amendment allows that to extends it to 20% and allows it for 1 more year. So basically they have 2 years to deal with these cuts, if assuming they have money, excess money, which I understand many of them do. And so let's have a little deeper on that one. So the extra 5, so we're cutting 6.54% on average with this bill, $100 million cut, and we're allowing them to carry over 5%. So they're almost carrying over almost as much as what the entire cut is. So many school districts would just be able to soften the blow this coming year and take a heavier hit next year. But that's what the school districts are asking for. I think it's very reasonable that we allow them to do that. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's it. There's only one more thing that is important to me. In the amendment, the 6-page amendment on page 5, section 5, Clarissa, you're welcome to take this away and bring it back if there are specific questions from the members. Mr. Chairman, on that page 5 in my amendment, there are the findings, and there are no findings in the bill. I encourage you to make sure that the findings that I have in my amendment as you progress this bill is included in. That will help significantly to explain our thought processes and justify in a potential court litigation what we were doing with trying to accomplish in these recalibration efforts. I hope I didn't lose you all. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, for that explanation. I hope I stand for questions.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Evan, always everything you bring is always well thought out. I really appreciate that about you. And you know, I've emailed you my concern with the approach you've kind of taken. I'll probably move your amendment, but I have some concerns. The one reason I think we ended up with 100 million in a cut the way we did is it just flat honestly says, we think you guys can find these efficiencies. And it's really not making judgments inside the model. And I think some of the judgments you've made inside the model, we can call them judgments or how you perceived it, I think really goes in the face of what our consultants told us. And so I've emailed you those concerns. And so I see you cut, you know, IFs, and you've cut summer school, you've cut, let's see, there was another one that was, let me get the right thing here. Oh yeah, professional development days. The consultant really focused in on student service type things. So instructional facilitators to educate and encourage teachers to be better, professional development to make teachers better. These were really high priorities of his, as well as things like summer school, extended day, and other support services. And so as I look at your amendment, you kind of, and I know you don't go all the way down, you kind of go to where schools are at or just above where schools are at today. But I think it's a message that we're sending that's contrary, even further contrary to what our consultants have recommended than what our legislative even model provides. So talk to me a little bit about what our consultants said, and I don't want to belabor this, but what our consultants said and why you feel that your cuts the way they are, or at least amenable or to what our consultants did, or don't fly in the face of, let's put it that way.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Those are really good points, Representative Summers. Here's my response. And I emailed this concept to the consultants during the process. Our consultants are professors on the East Coast and the Midwest, and they clearly want Wyoming to be the best in the world in the education system. I do too. Everyone wants the best that we can be. But my concern was those consultants had no regard whatsoever for what we can afford. And I'm looking at these categories that you just mentioned, and I'm saying, I think our school districts concur with my amendment. They are significantly less funding all those categories. They do not put the value on those specific things, particularly tutors and instruction facilitators. I left room in there. I moved them up higher than what the districts are doing in an effort to respond to the consultants. But I'm sorry, there was just no regard from the consultants concerning budgets. And again, that elephant is standing on your toes, and you've got to respond to it and deal with it. That's the best I can do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the committee? Questions for Representative Simpson? I'm not sure whether Representative Western is in the audience out there or not, but I know he's got a bill that he and I had talked about, and it would have been appropriate to bring it as an amendment too, but we didn't quite get that whole communication thing going as well as we should. And so if he's not in there, I guess there's not much we can do about it. I see the head shake from Representative Brown. But my intention was to have him bring that just exactly as we have the other two presenters, so that we'd have that to look at. But we kind of had a little problem with communications there somewhere along the line. I finally heard from him yesterday, I think. But Representative Brown, did you have a comment?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was just saying, if we're looking at the time of day that we're at right now, chances are we have a very high chance that this bill will be continued for anything until Monday. We could certainly reach out to Representative Western and have him be first to speak on Monday, and potentially do exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, I appreciate that. Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a kind of a clarification question for Representative Simpson. Just to understand and make sure, this would boil down to these reductions, but it would still be in the local school board's purview to be able to allocate these, or does this kind of color the money or reduce those specific things to the model? Or once those reductions are made, then the school boards are still very responsible to make those adjustments, or just so that I understand completely? Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's really a good question. I'm glad you asked that so I can really stress this. This is recalibrating the model to what's happening in the field. That's all we're doing. At the end of the day, we write the lump sum check and mail it to each district. The superintendents have always had the prerogative of adjusting. If we allocate 10 librarians, for example, they have the option of having 12 or 15 librarians or 2 librarians. It's totally within their purview of what they do with it. We're just trying to make the model more representative of what is really happening in the ground. But again, the ground is completely up to them. They have the full prerogative of doing whatever they would like to.
Follow up, Representative Diamond?
No, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Representatives, and thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Any more comments or questions from the committee to our two presenters? It looks like we've got about 20 minutes left before we end this particular session. And so I'm not sure how we want to proceed from here. I'm open to suggestions from the rest of the committee members. What do you want to do? And the other question I have is that what do you think the time frame ought to be? How long should we let this sit before we bring it back? Is this something we want to dive right into on Monday, or do we want to give it a little more time to resonate there with the rest of our stakeholders before we bring it up again? Open to suggestion. Representative Summers, I think you were first.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think because of the lateness of the hour, 20 minutes, I don't even think we would get through the first motion, frankly. And at least on this bill. And what I would suggest is that we lay this bill aside. I know there's going to be some motions to perhaps draft some other bills and to get those numbered, you know, if we want to bring them as House bills, and then we can kind of get all this together. And I really think I think we start, you know, whatever the chairman wants to do. If you want to work a few bills, other bills Monday, but I think we have to keep after this. The one reason it is we're going to forget all of this good testimony we just heard, particularly on these amendments. And so I think we have to kind of continue that. But I certainly think we've got some other drafts of other bills that we want to make the motions for. And so that's my suggestion, but I'm willing to stay all night and do this.
Well, at some point in time, we're going to have to address another bill that's going to be probably pretty time consuming, and that'd be the early childhood bill. I think that's House Bill 63, if I remember the right number. And I don't know, our secretary asked me if we wanted to pursue that on Monday, and I guess that would be something else I want to leave up to you guys. And if there are other bills that out there that you think that would be more appropriate for us to look at Monday, I have to let our secretary know by tomorrow what bills we want to take up on Monday. So open to suggestions on that too by the committee. Representative Brown, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually just getting ready to speak in behalf of, you know, a few of the other bills that we have coming up. And I think Representative Summers is spot on at this point that we need to keep our foot on the gas. We don't have to floor it. We don't have to ram this bill through and get it out to the floor and then have the discussion out there, but we certainly need to keep our foot on the gas and continue the discussions. I do think we need to hear this on Monday. You know, we are in a time, we're not in the position where we have been in the past where we run upon adjournment and we can have all night meetings. We do have a finite amount of time of 2 hours. I think that's more than enough time to at least start the process on handling some of these amendments. And if we take 2 to 3 meetings to get this out, so be it. But that being said, I do think we should hear, you know, House Bill 63 on Wednesday or Friday. If we push this one on to Monday and we get it out on Monday, fantastic. If we don't get it out on Monday, I think it's imperative that this committee still work some other bills to get some other information out to the floor. So still plenty of information out there. But I do think that also giving Representative Western the opportunity to present his bill as a potential amendment on Monday would be good as well. But I do think 2 hours on Monday afternoon would be more than enough to get us started on some of the amendments.
Okay, thank you. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, you know, Wednesday is the last day for bill draft requests. Is that right? So I think, you know, we're going to have this wrapped up if there's other bills that are going to be Wednesday's it. And so I think we got 15 minutes. I think we can work on these amendments, probably take some votes and work it. I think we understand it. Maybe there's some more motions. So I think we can keep on trucking. Thank you.
Okay. So what's the pleasure of the group?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I tend to agree with Representative Harshman. Let's go ahead and see where we can go with this. And I would motion to adopt Representative Simpson's amendment in its entirety at this point.
Okay, it's been moved to, okay, and a second by Representative Summers. And I guess that's a show of hands, isn't it, on the vote?
Mr. Chairman, I want to move to amend.
Okay.
I want to move to amend the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have
So,
to have
Mr. Chairman, I've sent that out to you folks, what my
don't we have to
intent
have a
is. and it's
vote
kind
on
of a-
that to accept to enter that motion before you can amend it? We can amend it before we voted it in?
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, we don't have to vote it in. We just motioned it. Now we can work the amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm making an amendment to the amendment. And
Okay.
so, Mr. Chairman, what I want to do is do kind of a combination of the Simpson, Hallinan. And so what my amendment would be to increase teacher salaries 10%, which was the Simpson amendment. Decrease admin salaries 10%, which was the Hallinan amendment. Increase class size by 2 students, the Simpson amendment. And do the health insurance reimbursed Simpson amendment. And that would be all I would take out of everything out of all the rest of the Simpson amendment would go away, except those pieces that I just spoke of. And if I get a second, Mr. Chairman, I will continue on if I get a second.
Looks like we have a second from Representative Harshman.
And Mr. Chairman, I sent out everybody a district by district breakdown of this amendment. And, you know, the numbers are always screwy because once you muck with one, you muck with a bunch, and then you have different starting points. But the long story short on this district by district comparison, it's a total reduction of 47.33 million or 3.12%. And Mr. Chairman, I took out those things out of the Simpson amendment. I took out professional development. I took out the change in the RCA, the regional cost adjustment. The professional development, I took it out because if anything, our consultants thought we should have more professional development. The change in the RCA, as bad as our RCA is, districts at least accept those nuances in it and can live with it. And so I just think that's a way to go there. The tutor deal, obviously the Representative Simpson's amendment reduced tutors if the consultant said we needed more tutors. It eliminates summer school. They increased funding for summer schools, our consultants. And then finally, the same thing on IFs, instructional facilitators. So, Mr. Chairman, this cuts in half almost, or maybe a little more than half of, if you look in this chart, you can see that House Bill 61 under this breakout would have been a 90 million. This goes to 47.3 million. So, Mr. Chairman, that is my amendment to the amendment.
Okay, any comments or questions for Representative Summers on his amendment to the amendment? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to be on and against it, even though I think this is getting better. And I want to first start by saying how much I appreciate the efforts that were put in by Representative Simpson and Representative Hallinan in terms of thinking about the model and thinking and participating in recalibration. But that being said, you know, I came out of that process with the understanding, the desire that we need to come up with a product that is defensible. And by doing so, it must be cost-based and evidence-based. So in all honesty, I voted against that recalibration bill in committee because it was not cost-based with a $100 million cut. It just wasn't. It was just an across-the-board cut. That's not defensible. So then you go to evidence-based. We have an obligation to be evidence-based. And that evidence is based on kind of looking at the consultant's model and our legislative model, both of which that we know are defensible. We don't get to put our own choices in there. Every one of us has ideas. Every one of us has relationships with our school districts. Every one of us can talk to 20 people. But we're not allowed to simply take our judgment and call it evidence-based. And we have that obligation. The consultants made it really clear that they gave us a model. And you can't pick and choose from components in the model. And still, what we see with what's called the Simpson-Hallinan alternative is some picking and choosing. And I'll give you the one big one, is the increase in class size by 2 students, right? All right, we saw that with the consultants. The consultant said that's okay, right? But that's only okay if in the classroom, we give teachers support by seriously increasing the number of IFs and core tutors, which we know we don't have right now, right? And we also know it's hard to hire them, right? That's why in part, we went back to the legislative model. But the consultants made really clear that the evidence indicates that you can only support those increased class sizes when you have those other professional teachers available to work with students, not SPED students, but non-SPED students to get them up to speed. So you can't pick and choose. It's not evidence-based. And what we're seeing right here is a recommendation that does not meet our obligations to be evidence-based. So I'll have to be no on this.
Okay. Response from Representative Summers, do you want to respond to that at all, or?
Mr. Chairman, I think those of us that have been in this realm a while have our opinions made up by now where we're going to go. I think we've all had these amendments out in front of the body for quite a little while. So however the vote turns out, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Question
What's your
on-
pleasure? What was that again, Representative Brown?
I was just calling question on the amendment.
Okay, question on the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment, Mr. Chairman. Remember that one.
Okay, amendment to the amendment first, right?
That's
All right.
correct.
We do this by show of hands, I am assuming, right? Is that correct? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, raise your hand to the screen, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it looks like. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. So the amendment to the amendment passes. We're back on the amendment as amended. Are we ready to vote on that? What's your pleasure?
Question on the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment as amended, please raise your hand to the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed? 2, 3. Amendment to the amendment passes. It looks like we are down to about 7 minutes. Pleasure of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, if you want to lay this bill, I'd move we table this bill, and I would like to make some motions on drafting other bills. So I
Okay.
move to table till our
Moved,
next meeting.
tabled, and seconded. I guess we have to take a hand vote on that also, don't we? We do not have to take a, yeah, we do? We do. Okay, all those in favor of tabling the motion, raise your hand to the screen. Okay, the motion is tabled. I guess I should have called for the opposed at the same time, but it was pretty much unanimous. All right, so where do we go from here?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I have sent out to the committee a draft bill, and I'm going to just run through the basics of this bill. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this bill and ask that the committee draft this bill as a House education bill. So this is not a final vote on a bill. This is just simply drafting this bill as a House bill. So,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, what this bill would do is it would take the LISRA refuel, which is a stream of money off of the permanent mineral, the investment income off the permanent mineral trust fund, and it would move it to the SFP. It would take 1/3 of the 1% statutory severance to the SFP. It would include a 1-cent sales tax state share to the SFP. Local share stays the same. The local share would go out according to its own, the way it goes, 31%, I guess is what it is. And then, Mr. Chairman, it would reduce the $100 million cut in the bill to a $66 million cut. And Mr. Chairman, the final thing this does is the bill would hold harmless school year 2020 with districts having declining populations. But for those going up, it would allow them to continue to receive that money. The idea, this has been a aberration this school year, and we need to try to minimize that damage. And in all, Mr. Chairman, including in that 1-cent sales taxes, it would not come into effect until the LISRA dropped to below 650 million. So the sales tax would not be immediate. It would go into effect later. So that's the bill draft I'd like to see the committee draft, Mr. Chairman. For the reasons, I think we should look at revenue flows, savings, taxes, and some reductions. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Summers, what's the relationship between the vote that we just had and your fourth bullet point on the $66 million ADM reduction by ADM? I think that we did. Will you respond? Could you just respond to that? It seems to me, honestly, that we just did something different.
Mr. Chairman, this bill isn't that bill. This is a different bill that I have drafted. And this bill would just take the current bill we have. And if you go to that section where it says 100 million, you'd put in 66 million. And then it would have these other components of revenue flows. So it would still be an ADM type reduction, but the amount would only end up being 66 million instead of 100 million. And the reason is 66 million gets, with all those other flows, gets to about that $300 million shortfall we have in education, and you solve the problem. That's my solution, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, then I would like to ask the good representative if we could divide your bill and just take out that reduction.
Well, I think what we're trying to do right now is just decide whether or not this will be a committee bill. Is that correct?
And Mr. Chairman, I'm just saying that I could vote for it if we took out the 66 million ADM reduction. I'll be a no on it if we keep it in there.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make the motion to draft this bill as I presented it. If I get a second, then we can debate how to move forward on the drafting of the bill.
Okay, it's been moved. I see a second by Representative Brown. Now,
And Mr. Chairman, I still think we need some reductions. I think it's a fair reduction. It's really, I think that's within the realm of finding efficiencies. And I think, Mr. Chairman, if we move this forward, I'd also like to see this phased in over 3 years. And that is not in this bill draft, I don't think, but I would like to see that eventually. Thank you.
okay, Representative Brown, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just say the reason I was so quick to second this bill is this is exactly what we have been saying all along. We can't cut our way out. We can't tax our way out. This is a complete solution. We heard it from multiple people. We don't want just a halfway solution. We don't want us to do just this. We want a whole solution. And I applaud Representative Summers, Majority Floor Leader Summers, for bringing this together, because although none of us really like to cut education, nobody really likes to pay taxes. We all recognize after today of sitting here for 8 hours, we recognize what we need here. So I will be on in favor. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a request from Representative Summers, if he wouldn't mind putting out a picture of his bill, a flow chart of where all the money is coming and going, so I can just visually see what this bill is all about.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would be glad to do that. And so those that don't understand what the LISRA refuel is, for example, we have above the 2.5%, we split. So any earnings above that, we split that equally between what is called our SIPA account and the LISRA. And that goes up to 5%. And what I'm suggesting is why are we going to continue to save into the LISRA when we know we have problems? How are we going to sell to the public that on one hand we're asking for a tax and on the other hand we're still running revenue streams into savings accounts? And I'm just saying that that's not a great message to send to the people of Wyoming. And so I'm saying there's multiple streams out, and in the end, a Representative Overmuller, as you know as well as I do, because you understand this stuff, these are dials we could tweak. We could take a little bit of that, a little bit of this. We could cut more, we could cut less. We could tax more, we could tax less. But what I'm really doing is putting a series of dials on this bill that then we can try to have that conversation, how to refine this to really solve our problem. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up?
No, Mr. Chairman, appreciate it, Representative Summers. Look forward to the.
You'll have your hand up.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to sponsor this or to have this drafted as a committee bill. Any further discussion?
Question.
Question's been called for. Is this a voice vote or is this a hand vote?
Mr. Chairman, this would be a voice or a hand vote for just the committee sponsorship.
Mr. Chairman, I think that requires, I would lean on Representative Connolly and Representative Harshman, but I think this would be a voice vote.
It is a voice vote, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do we still have Diane with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Diane, would you take the roll?
Could you tell me again what the title would be on this vote?
It would be to
Mr. Chairman, it's on 21 LSO 0615, version 0.3.
Vote for committee sponsorship, Diane.
Okay, that's what I had written down in my notes, but I wasn't sure. Okay, Representative Andrew?
Aye.
Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Connolly?
No.
Representative Harshman?
Aye.
Representative Nyman?
No.
Representative Newsom?
Aye.
Representative Obermuller?
Aye.
Representative Summers?
Aye.
Chairman Paxton?
aye.
7 ayes and 2 noes.
Okay, the motion passes. Looks like the witching hour is upon us. And so with that, if there are any final comments from the committee, I would take those comments at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering if Representative Harshman might have a bill draft we need to get going on too.
Do you have a bill draft, Representative Harshman?
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I do. I just wanted to kind of see where our work led us today. We've got so the committee just sponsored a bill, and that has that 1 cent sales tax if the LSRA drops down to 650 million. The key, I think we heard from local governments today, and it's something I've been concerned about. You know, when we divided up these revenue streams, we gave the state the most volatile streams, gave the local governments the most stable streams, and then we drew that line for 200 on FMRs and severance tax. Those are the most stable, right? Everybody gets funded, water and all those folks under the cap. And so we've left the rest of state government schools with mineral taxation. And so now we're saying, okay, we're going to give a little more if the LSRA drops down, and it'd probably be 3, 4, 5 years, then this tax would kick in, which is a pretty stable 10% of it's paid by out-of-staters sales tax. And I think currently about 5% minerals, and during boom years, it's 15% minerals sales tax. But then how do you protect locals, right? Because our state sales tax average is 5.4%. And I think that's 44th out of 46. There's 45 states in the District of Columbia. So 46 out of 5 that don't have a sales tax, Montana. So we're 44th out of 46. And if this 1 cent ever did come into play 3, 4, 5 years from now, I think we'd be like 35th. We'd still be lower than everybody around us, I think, except Idaho, if you look at that tax sheet that was presented to us earlier today. So I appreciate all that, but I think the local government issue, I think we need to talk about. So here's what I'm proposing. And if there's a second and we want to sponsor to talk about it some more, would be that we would just make that current, there's 4 pennies right now of state tax. And then this would be a 5th one that we just voted to sponsor. So then you got local governments that currently have 3 out there. And I would propose to make one of theirs permanent, and everybody's got it but 2 counties now anyway. And then make the second one vote of their governing board, whoever that, the council or commission, and then the third one, the vote of the people. And just kind of give them a little more certainty on the thing, because we certainly don't want to hurt our local communities by solving part of our local community's issues, and kind of create a problem by solving a problem. So that's my motion. Does that make sense, Mr. Chairman? Everybody understand that?
I'm wondering if this would be if it's appropriate to come out of this committee. Is this the committee it should come out of?
Well, so, okay, and then let me just say this. I forgot, this is the most important part. This bill, we would write it in such a way that it's contingent. This bill would never happen. I'd make it contingent on House Bill 61 passing with a sales tax.
Okay.
Or this one that we just passed for a draft coming with a sales tax. So it would never go into effect unless those went into effect with a sales tax.
Okay, that brings me back to my comfort zone.
Yeah, does that make sense?
That makes more sense to me.
Okay,
That brings me back into comfort zone. I did get a second from Representative Summers on that too. So the motion was to sponsor as a committee bill in concept of what you just had said. Anything else that we need to add to that, or questions or comments on that? Okay, I guess we would be ready for a vote on that particular bill then also, to see whether or not that would be established as a committee bill. So with that, I'm going to ask Diane or did I hear the question? Question has been called for. Diane, would you take roll, please? Or do you need further explanation on what that bill would look like? Do you have that?
Well, I understand that this is another committee-sponsored bill, correct?
Yes.
And it has to do with using the pennies of the state tax?
Go ahead.
I've got a draft that it's worked on. I don't have the number right in front of me, but I think you could just simply say the local sales tax protection bill or whatever. I mean, we know what it is, and it's on recording here, and I've got the bill draft, and I think y'all understand it.
Okay.
Okay. Representative Andrew,
No.
Representative Brown,
He had to step out, so he's excused.
Representative Connolly,
Aye.
Representative Harshman,
Aye.
Representative Nyman,
No.
Representative Newsom,
Aye.
Representative Obermueller,
Aye.
Representative Summers,
Aye.
Chairman Paxton.
Aye.
I have 6 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 excuse.
Okay, so the motion passes. We are past our promised time of adjournment. Representative Conley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just very quickly, I'd just like to remind the committee that I did send out a draft recalibration bill, a version that takes into account our legislative model as well as some enhancements from the evidence-based model that addresses the social, emotional, and behavioral needs of our students, addresses the evidence related to the value of pre-K, and consolidate school districts. So just know that that's out there. You can, and increase the salaries. The salaries that are in the current bill make absolutely no sense in terms of what's going on in districts as well as the evidence. So I'd ask you to please take a look at that. And it's very likely that I'll be bringing amendments as we kind of move along with 61 along those lines. So,
Okay,
thanks.
thank you, Representative Conley. Anything else for the good of the cause? Well, thank you all for your patience and your longevity of hanging in here. And thank you very much to our staff. Special thanks to Clarissa for taking good care of us, and for Diane, and looking forward to working with you as we move forward. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, could you stay on the call just for